Hello, happy time zone everybody. Now I want you to all just to take a second and adjust to the changes in our surroundings. There's not that many, but there are enough that I feel like some of you might go into a little bit of shock. We are still in the same room, we're just at a slightly different angle. You used to be here, and now you're here. Hi. And look at how many pixels I found for us. Look how many pixels I found for us. We can zoom now. Oh no! Igglybuff is so close to the camera. Hang on, there we go. Hello. I finished Igglybuff, by the way. Hi, Lewis. Louise. Dang it, I know we've had this conversation. I'm so sorry. There has been a slight change to the chat box. I still need to go back in and check the CSS, but you are now semi-transparent, so you can be monitored by somebody, whoever happens to be nearby. We are struggling to focus, so I will zoom us back out. I also finished Natu. I have not finished Lugia the Peace Pigeon, and I have not finished what Kilava? It's Kilava that I'm missing as well. They are still sitting here in a box. But they're on the to-do list, and I have been keeping myself very busy. Don't you worry about that. So, those are the two little... Oh, this one's name is Borb, because it's an orb. And a bird. It's a borb. So yeah, things aren't going to be perfect. We've had a couple of hardware changes. Funnily enough, I actually haven't changed really any of the cameras. Like this camera here, it was actually the camera I used for my first ever stream. But it basically toasted its own little brain after about an hour. But I think I fixed that just by swapping it out a cable. So we're going to see how we go. It's been tested for like 2 or 3 hours, so we should at least get through one Pokemon if it is going to die again on us, but it should be okay. And this camera here that I'm looking at you on used to be the top-down cam. We have a few lighting issues still. I would still like to get the lighting slightly nicer from the top-down view, but in general, I think we're... Louis, okay. I'll go with Louis. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sorry about that. We're all dressed up fancy. Season 1 was teething. Season 2 was Kinap. Season 3 is Zoom. And it's optical zoom, not digital zoom. Anyway, let us proceed into today's actual events, which is we're going to kickstart Gen 3. For a second there, I thought I was going to maybe do something else first, but I've decided for this session, we are going to Gen 3, and then I can bring in shenanigans later. Also, if anybody's paranoid about any Pokeballs or anything hiding Pokemon, I haven't set anything like that up yet, so don't go looking for tricks or treats or anything like that yet. Where is my board? There's my board. Here are 4, I have to remember which side of the screen to point at, 4 Gen 3 Pokemon. There is a theme for today. These 4 Pokemon are all cheering us on, and if you think I can remember the punchlines, you're wrong. I'm going to be just as surprised as you are. I'm hoping that they're self-explanatory when we look at them, because I kind of did these like last night in a blur of 15 other things. Is the whole screen glitching for people? I'm not dropping any frames on my side. Gen 3, the only gen you've ever played, and you doubt that'll ever change. Gen 3 is an absolute banger. I was looking through them all as I was pulling up the sprites the other day, and I'm just like, I really love this gen. I think I've only ever played this one on an emulator, but there are some great Pokemon. There's so many fish and so many bugs in this gen, and I love that. And they've actually tried to keep a handle on how many freaking legendary mythics, whatever you call them, like the pseudos, the ones that are guaranteed drops. The event Pokemon, as I like to think about them. They've actually tried to keep a handle on how many of those there are. So I appreciate that, because like in every other gen, it's like a lot. It's a lot. So that's the poll started. Now, Gen 3 does have 130 something Pokemon in it. 135. So it is the second biggest gen so far. That poll has been started for anybody who is looking for that. So please leave your votes in there. Let me just add the theme. Cheering us on. There we go. So there's 135 of them. We've made 34 already, so we are actually a quarter of the way through. Which you'll be able to see if I just pop this up on the screen. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right, so that's still focused on Gen 2. Let me just scooch us on up the page. That's Gen 3. So it's like, honestly, already kind of looking like nicely filled in. We've got a couple of good blocks, particularly in the middle there around like Wailmer, Numal, Camerupt. Like we finished whole lines. If I had to make Lunatone again, I'd do it slightly differently, but that's neither here nor there. I'm so relieved that we've already done Survivor. Yeah, we've even ticked off like Latias. So like Latios is the same thing, but blue. Oh man, I love the Dustox. So the Dustox is so cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the Mudkip line. Mudkip is such a baby for so many people. I think it's probably going to end up not mega potted necessarily, but definitely big enough that I can give it the love it deserves. Because there's a lot of pressure when you make the ones everybody loves. When you're making a flippin' Dusclops, nobody really minds overly much. Hi, Angry Bear! Alright, okay. Alright, okay. So, hopefully we're all voting there. I do have access to a box that has the Gen 3 Pokemon we've already made in it. However, I have not sorted between the Gen 3s and the Gen 4s. Because we've also made 29 of Gen 4. So, there's like 73 Pokemon in that box. So it's going to be, it's like I'd rather not delve into it if we don't have to. Oh, I should put the count up. Thank you. It was turned off by accident. As you see, it's crept its way up the page. Everything kind of crept its way up the page over the last 2 weeks. So let's chuck this down here. Here I am talking about the count and it's not even on the screen. And we need to change this to what, 30, what did I say it was? 34 out of 135. There we go. Now, I'll leave the vote open for just a little bit longer while I prattle on. In the meantime, the last 2 weeks, I have been working on the Pokemon Black episodes. There was like a surprise accidental video last week because of Jimothy. That's not my fault. It was his fault. But there is still a Pokemon episode coming out this week. I've already filmed it. I've already made them all. I actually panicked about 20 seconds into the intro today because I'm like, oh no, the camera's at a different angle. What if there are spoilers? I don't think there are spoilers. But I keep checking just in case. You can see a completely different part of the room than what I'm used to. So, don't go looking for spoilers and you won't find any. That's my advice. I don't think that there are any in the background there. Yeah, all of the Pokemon for that episode are made and I've just basically got a week of editing ahead of me. I've also filmed the gameplay for episode 5. So there'll be one in August as well. So there are that is still trucking along. In fact, if I include all of the Pokemon from those 2 episodes, we're up to 345 made in total. But as far as you guys, you've only seen 333 of them so far. You're still glitching, but you'll switch to your TV. You still hear everything. It's just a weird video glitch every 15 seconds. I'm so sorry, Girl Distressed. I'm not sure what would be causing that. Yeah. I don't believe it's on our side of things, unfortunately. Ah, you licked the stream. Wrong. Rude. Okay. Oh, wow. You guys are up to mischief already. I'm ending the poll. That was a very close vote, though. Okay, so you guys have picked number 3, not the purple one. You've picked the green one with 33% of the vote. Then came number 2 at 31%, and I can feel you going for a tie here. And number 4 came in 3rd with 27%, and 1 came last at just 9%. I really wish I could remember who was behind door number 1, but that is neither here nor there because you have picked door number 3. This is who we're going to be making first. Hang on, let me just double check that again. It's door number 3. 3. All right. And I have an eraser and I'm on the right layer and everything is where it should be. I should just be able to, You guys, in terms of the Pokemon cheering us on, anyone recognize her yet? Picked Roselia. So that is going to be the first Gen 3 Pokemon we make on stream today. Now, I'm intending to get through our usual 2 to 3, but it's going to, if the camera dies, it's kind of going to put a kibosh on things, you know what I mean? So we'll just keep this moving. I need to find where I've stored my new sprites, because there's a whole new gen of them. Oh, I think that's the peace pigeon in the bottom corner. Come up here, Flappy Boy. Oh, you're so tiny. There we go. A bit bigger, and let's change you. That's still Gen 2. Where's Gen 3? Ah, there you are. There's our little lady. And of course, she looked like she was part of today's theme because she looks like she's holding 2 pom-poms. She's cheering us on. Yay! Woo. I can be literal. Why wouldn't I be? There we go. And I will... There's something else I should do. I feel like this isn't quite focusing until I start doing stuff. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I might have to adjust the autofocus. It's going to be a comedy of errors today as we work through some teething issues. But in general, it should be a vast improvement over what we were doing. All right, Roselia. Okay, there we go. The Boring Colour Brigade did not win. No, but neither did the Purple Menaces. I'm just wondering if I can just like... That one. I don't want to really fuss with that too much. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the focus modes to see if it helps, but I think I'm probably just going to leave it. It's currently set to continuous autofocus. If that means anything to anyone, please feel free to tell me if I should be doing something else. Is that a frog skeleton? It is! He's a little cutie. I never get the chance to wear him, and I miss him, and so I thought I'd better wear it today. All right, anyway, we're drawing Roselia. Now I've given Mr. Bones enough time to find some reference images. Oh, thank you to everyone sharing reference images on the Discord. It helps a lot. It helps a great deal. Okay, well, there's our little lady. Oh no, she's naked. She's only got a little apron on. Ooh, maybe I can do this. Watch me just play with the camera the whole stream. That's right. We're producing on the go now. Changing camera angles up, keeping things interesting. Got one little leggy forward, one little leggy back. Doesn't help me in actually making the pieces, but does help her attitude. Yeah. Three little spikies for her head. Oh, and 2 triangles. My goodness. She's got lots of shapes, this little lady. I've decided it's a girl. Oh, unless there's gender differences, in which case I'm still just making the one on screen. She shan't look where she's going. You can't make her. And we have flower pom. Flower pom. What am I forgetting? Shoulder pads. Hi, Bumblebee. That is an excellent vest. Thank you. Are they Peoplemon? They don't have fingers or toes. No, you know what? They don't strike me as Peoplemon. I think it's you know what? The thing with Peoplemon might literally just come down to fingers and toes, but I also think it's a facial features thing. If they have like pronounced brow ridge, like a very like humanoid nose, whether like of any shape or size, as well as like the chin and the mouth configuration, if I have to deal with ears, like it's just all those like fingers, toes, and facial features seem to be what ring as human for me. That and like actual clothing, because like I would say Hariyama also counts, even though it doesn't really have a lot of other like humanoid facial features. Who's another one? Like maybe Medicham as well also counts for me. I was trying to think about people I've made because there was one recently that bothered me for being peoply. Any of them are chop line, obviously. Camellia the Executioner. No, we're happy vibes today. They're cheering us on. She's not naked, she has a onesie on. Okay, if you say so. Sorry, I'm going to focus and finish my drawing here. So for these flowers, I have an idea. But the idea means that we have to test the idea, which means we're going to make the flower. We're going to make a flower first. And see how we like it. What am I looking at here? I'm looking at this one. Okay. And I don't want to draw that many petals, man. I'm not making this many petals. I will make some petals, but I'm not making this many. Close enough! We declare it close enough. It hath been decreed. I have made her head oddly long. Somebody remind me to zoom out again when I finish my sketch, because I can see that happening. How many eyelashes do you have, my love? Oh, only 2. Oops. Oops, I drew the original line for the head. That's my bad. And, ooh, where does that actually intersect? There. So yeah, I'm definitely starting with one of the flower pom-poms today because I think I want to make them as a ball with just like 4 outer petals. I think I'll get away with that. Then I won't have to make a million petals. But it'll still look petally, you know, we're aiming for petally. Not to be confused with petty, though we are capable of that as well. Scribble, scribble, scribble. And we've got some little armies. And we have sassy little leggy. Yeah, there we go. And I am going to stop and do my outline because that's a thing that I'm doing now. And it does make the sketches look so much better, particularly if I'm going to start including the sketches in various break videos and that sort of thing. So, bear with me. Mr. Bones, if anything's happening specifically in chat, feel free to call it out for me, just because I'm looking down right now. But if it's just general chatter, I will look up and catch up in a second.
We are discussing names and ways to do roses.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, so what I'm thinking about is a ball with a little bit of a round spiral texture on top, and then making 3 or 4 outside petals. I think I've said that already. So that's my plan. And we're going to give that a red hot go, and then I will throw myself upon the mercy of the chat. Because, I mean, the other option is to make just like a long strip of shell stitches and just coil it up. But I don't want to start there. I want to start in a slightly different position than that.
Also, there's the idea... Remember how you did scales for Mario Gold?
Yes.
Basically that, but with no yarn in between, and then just wrap it around in a spiral.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's kind of the second option I was talking about there. So that's good. Those are good ideas, everybody. One of those will surely work with us. That's my fallback position because I know it'll work, but it'll work up a little bit larger and a lot more work. And you know that saying about always ask a lazy person to do a job because they'll find the fastest way to do it? Hi. Hello. Yeah, that's my goal here. Tackle the roses early. Get them done. Because I don't, like, we've made Badu already, and I don't think Badu's this gen. I think he's the next gen. But honestly, wasn't overly happy with the way Badu came out. Not because of the shaping or anything, but just because the colours, man. The colours were not working for me. And I ended up making 2 of them, I remember that. But even the new colours didn't really work for me. I should probably look up what colours I ended up using so I can try and match them up with our little lady here today. So there is our little sweetheart. Honestly, she looks pretty good on camera. Let's zoom us back out. Nope, that's in. Out we go. So much room for activities in this room. You have no idea. There we go. You sketch. Thank you. Alrighty. They're part poison type. Do not eat. Agreed. Devil in the details. You have barely missed anything. I've just been nattering on. So in terms of a shape breakdown, I might have to move our little lady out of the corner there. You know what? That head is pretty. Look at that. Look at how that lines up. Incredible. Anyway, move over there. Head and how do I want to do this? So the body shape is actually more like this. Right? And then she's got her leafy apron on the front. So I think we'll do that probably all in one piece. We can start here, work down, build out into 2 legs. That's not a problem. Don't know how we're going to get her to stand up necessarily. Bipeds are always tricky that way. But maybe we can use one of Mr. Bones' little wire stands for that. He's a good sort. He'll do that for me if I ask. And we have shoulder leaves. We have a front leaf, which I might do as like an actual like leaf. And then like a yellow bib down the front of it. We need 3 spikies for the head. This is just almost just like a to-do list for myself. And we need the flowers, which I'm going to try first as a ball with a couple of petals wrapped around the outside, but the ball has like a texture on top. Though the long strip is absolutely a solution that would work well. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about metalwork roses. Have we named Budgie? That is an excellent question. Buddy! Where are you? Oh my goodness, I have to scroll so far through my Pokédex now to look. Where are you, Budgie? Why can't I find you? I'm gonna guess no, because it looks like I haven't named most of Gen 4. I'm gonna have to use the search function. We are past the point of me knowing where they sit. I can confirm we have not named Badu. We haven't named Badu. Let's get you centered on the screen. Alrighty, so we need some colours now. I'm going to just pull the Pokédex up real quick. Sorry, guys. I know this probably seems like a lot of equivocation to get us started. Where is Badu in this Pokédex? There he is. Okay, so it looks like we've used an assortment of different shades. Good for me. We have a green. All of my colours should show up pretty accurate. A little dark, but pretty accurate. Oh, okay, it's a slightly yellower than I would expect. Okay, so the problem is this pale green her face is. That green does not exist in any of the yarn that I have. Oh, maybe I could make sea glass work. Is that the name of that one? It's sea grass or sea glass. I can't just keep throwing yarn everywhere. That is not a sustainable way to practice my craft. It's a little more blue. A little bit more green. You can't, be careful, Mr. Bones. You've got
yes.
different restrictions.
Because she's distinctly a blue-green on the face, whereas a yellow-green on the hair.
I have mint. That's blue, though. It's very blue. That's a very Christmassy tone.
I need a pointy stick.
Oh, there's the colour I was looking for. That might be the palest green I have, and it's not bad.
Oh,
that's not bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
That's not bad.
It's the right tone.
Yeah, but it's about trying to pair... Sorry, I'm looking at my shelves, because they're set up... Obviously, they've got all the yarn on them, and so I can see all the colours a little bit more easily. The problem is matching that with a darker green that it looks nice with. That doesn't read as army. No, needs to be a bluer green than that. Oh no. I should have thought this through. That's close.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
I appreciate your opinions, love. No, those are a total mismatch. They look awful together.
The two on the left.
Oh, I also need flower colours. I'm thinking antique rose and sax. So, sax for that one. Yep.
I thought it was Seeks.
No, it's S-A-X-E, sax.
Oh. So it will not be found.
Well, I mean, not with that attitude.
Oh, Seeks, found.
Is that pink enough? I reckon that's pink enough. Oh, caught on something. Alright, we have flower colours as well. Let's move these out of the way because I think they're too blue.
The dark green on the right? I reckon get rid of that one.
This one?
Yeah.
You don't like that one?
Nah.
Whereas like I think this one here isn't a good fit either. I
But
think it
the
needs a
one on the
brighter
left
one.
One on the left is more of a yellowish green, whereas the one on the right is more of a bluish green.
Do I have any other greens over there?
Yeah, you got several.
Well, many greens.
Sorry, I'll stop trolling.
Actually thinking. A dangerous pastime, I know. It's too blue-green. Sorry, folks. I will be back with my hook in hand any second. Oh, okay. That might be... She might just be darker than we want her to be. We need a Kelly green. Yeah. I don't know if there is one. Alright, I'm gonna do something I promised myself I wouldn't do this early. And that is go raid my shelves. So if you'll bear with me. Oh, I can just do this now. Alright, here I go. I'm over here. I'm raiding the shelves. You, I think, are a potential colour. No, I was wrong. Well, this is the last green I have left. It's already over there. Okay, well, the greens that we have on screen are the only greens we have available. So, we're going to have to make one of them work. Hello, what are you, precious? Nope, you're already over there too. Things look different in context. Mop, no! Oh. Bird down, bird down. Bird back up. Okay, we're good. I'm just going to have to pick from the colours we have available. Top left of the green shelf. It's this one here. Okay, now the plan pivots and it just becomes putting something together that feels correct. This is the same problem I had with Badoo. Badoo. And it's not an enjoyable problem. It's not an insurmountable problem, but it's also not a super enjoyable one. And I want to get to stitching. It's already been like half an hour. All right. Hi. We're back. Yeah, sorry. Morp fell off the back of his chair. Okay, so I know I like these two colours. Those are the flowers. I could go for a pinker pink, but we don't need to go for pink. Pinker pink, trio. Because I could go pink. I already think we're having enough. You know what? Yeah, we'll go for more saturated, and I'll just act like we've turned the saturation up on the whole wee beastie. In which case, it would be that for the face. That for her apron. Because, like, I know that's close, but there's just not a green that matches it nicely, and that's going to drive me bonkers. How do we feel about that? We've never panicked in our lives. I know, just lies, slander. We can't see you still. Hopefully that's an old message, because I'm back on camera for me. Think the pink needs to be more saturated? Alright, these must be old messages. Okay. Because it's those two or those two. Actually. That. I'm going with that. The die is cast. I've made my decision. Have I made my decision? We're making the rose first in. Sorry?
No, swap the light green.
Like that? We're just going around and around.
Yes.
With that one? Oh, that's so ugly together. Okay. That. I'm making a rose. We're making a rose so I can pick up a hook and feel like I'm back where I belong. The yellow! The yellow! Okay. So the yellow will either be this, or it'll be this. And it's going to depend on how it's all coming out. Probably that one. Oh, we found our first overexposed colour.
I can't choose your criticize your colour choice.
They look awful. So, okay, cool. I need to balance my yellows. That is accurate on this camera, okay? That's what these colours actually look like. So that's what those greens actually look like. Because if the yellow's off, it'll be impacting the greens as well. Butter yellow? Okay, it is butter yellow. Note to self. I'm making a note to balance the yellows. Sorry about that. Balance yellows. Okay. You know what? I buy significantly less yarn than you all would think. That said, when I go in there and I buy like 100 balls at a time. But that is not often enough for anybody to know who I am. Okay. I don't like the acid. Acid actually isn't on the desk. Yeah, they're much more cool toned. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's what I'm saying.
We're all very delayed, unfortunately. It was difficult to pick yarn colours because it's like, yay, no, yay.
Yeah.
And everything
I was getting reinforced in different ways, and then it turns out that they may not have been the correct ways. They might have been like.
Doesn't matter what anyone says, your current choice is optimal. Wow.
The yellow looks like its own light source. I agree. Like I said, some of the settings need fiddling with. For now, I'm pretty happy with just the fact that we found more than 5 pixels. And I will work on the rest of it off stream, probably after stream, frankly. I'll put the various colours out and see what we can do. I don't want to fiddle with the settings too much until I've got the lighting situation sorted, because I'd like to increase just the brightness of this area. Whereas like right now it's trying to do it digitally, I think, which isn't ideal. So that when the other light green was still there, maybe yeah, sorry. Okay. I specifically never pulled acid out onto the desk. This is lime. Yeah. Hence the confusion from my side. Oh, only 100 balls? Well, yeah, and then I used them over 6 months. I mean, like, keep in mind, you know, this is what we be doing. And it's always the same few colours that run out on. I swear I haven't had to rebuy certain shades of the green since I first like got them to just have them. Well, not to just have them, but like I was like, oh, I'll buy all of the colours. And it turns out that I really only use like the same like 10 to 20 over and over and over again. But every time I go in, I want to buy the big giant blanky yarn. And oh, what's the name of it? Red Dot over here has this new puffy chenille yarn that's only $3 a ball. That if you think that I'm not tempted by that, you would be wrong. Because I don't love chenille, but I do love how chenille works up. Magic ring 6, and then we did one of those. Yes, and then we will stop because we have self-control. But greens are always a problem. You get all kinds of weird looks when you go to the scrapyard because you don't leave without at least 100 pounds of steel. Yeah, okay. Apparently that is 45 kilos. I will accept that translation. Thank you. Thank you for translating for the rest of the world. Hi, Sith Assassin. It's taken us a very long time to get started. I don't know if you've missed very much. See, with chenille yarn, I just don't like that it's got that nasty, sharp strand through the middle of it. And it leaves puffs everywhere. So, but then, like, when I did that Will It Frog video where I tested basically every yarn I had in my house, plus a couple of extras that I purchased, I hated working with the chenille yarn, but I adored the chenille yarn frog. And like, that was the biggest surprise for me that day, because up until that point, I would have been like, no, yuck, chenille yarn. Don't understand why anybody would ever work with it. No. And then I was like, okay, fine, I get it. I had to eat my words a little bit on that one. Hey, purchasing yarn and using yarn are two different hobbies, okay? Like, don't get me wrong, they're complementary hobbies, but they are different hobbies. No, I will, extend my arms further onto camera. And uncover the drawing. What do you reckon she's thinking about? She looks very peaceful, but she's definitely thinking about something. The official sprite looks just that little bit smug. I managed to get my hands on Burnet blanket yarn, or Burnet blanket yarn. Doesn't have that hard thread through it. It doesn't shed when you frog it. I see that sometimes, but I swear last time I saw it, it was like $18 a ball. And I have very little frame of reference for how much I would need to do even one of my projects. That said, I think you can see him in the background now. See this giant snail? I think he was made with 6 strands of yarn. Seeing how... Okay, this is not a humble thing to say, but seeing how wicked some of my designs look when blown up like that, I kind of really want to make some more of them in really big yarn, because the snail translated very well, in my opinion. Buying yarn and using it is the difference between training Pokemon and catching them. Agreed. Why would you all tell Mr. Bones that eyelash yarn exists? What are you trying to do to me? Okay, let's get a little bit of stuffing into this. And then we'll swap to the back loops. And we're just going to try and make it textury. Oh, this flower's huge. What a fun thing for me to notice at this point. Couldn't have made it any smaller and been able to actually give it any details though, so okay, we're fine with that. We are a-okay with that. Lost count, it's not a big deal. BLO. 9, 3, this. Eyelash yarn, the only way to use it is to sew with it? Okay. I'll admit that when it comes to my experimentations with medium, I don't experiment much within like the yarn sphere. I have my yarn. I already have my yarn. And with that, I kind of do my various experiments. Sorry, I'm thinking about all the things that I'm potentially interested in doing anytime soon. And as part of that, I am considering whether or not I have different yarns to use.
Check out the skein I just posted in Discord.
Is it creepy? Is it actual eyelash yarn? Oh, I bet that's pretty though.
That's 100 grams of yarn.
I bet 100 grams?
Yeah.
That looks way smaller than that. Because like one of these is 100 grams. That's pretty though. I bet that would make a really, really pretty / nightmarish / instantly destroyed the second you tried to wear it like sweater.
Imagine making Pokemon art.
I'd feel like a pretty little hedge witch.
You are a pretty little hedge witch.
Yeah. plus or minus the hedge. How is everyone doing with the heat? Well, currently here it's like, okay, it's a beautiful sunny 18 degrees. We have what is known as an anticyclone at the moment, which is making we're halfway through winter, but it's meaning we have cold mornings and like bright blue skies and warm afternoons. I live in a very blessed part of the world. I didn't write down half of that row. Flower middle. And then I need some petals. Keeping the witch. Of course, I'm a stitch witch. Our steak is also too juicy and our lobster, I can confirm, is too buttery. Exactly. Oh, surface crochet with eyelash yarn. That's a thought. I want to try some more of that because I have some faux fur. Like, that's the name of the yarn. I'm not talking about faux fur. But like, I have some faux fur yarn stuff that I've crocheted in the past. I made exactly one teddy bear with it before complicated knots was a thing. Actually, complicated knots was a thing, but it wasn't what it is now. It just wasn't a channel or anything like that. It was just a name online. If you look here, you'll see that I've given it like a little raised loopy texture on top, and I'm going to make some little petals for around the outside, and she's just a little more buddy than Bloom. Oof, the folks suffering from the heat, I'm sorry. Oof, 29 degrees is already like bordering on too warm for my tastes. Once got asked to untangle a ball of eyelash yarn for a friend, and it was such a miserable pain. Yeah. I think even people who don't mind untangling yarn have at least one war story in their chest. Like for me, it was a $2 ball of the ugliest brown you can imagine, and I didn't have a use for it, but I took great personal offense at the fact that it was quite tangled, and it moved house with me 3 times. And at one point, on a work day, mind, I stayed up, like, this was when I was at the call center too, so it's like, it was just not okay. I started untangling it at like 8 o'clock, because I was like, oh, I'll just put a show on, oh, I've got that ball of yarn there, I'll start untangling it. And this stuff was so cheap and had like frizzed together so much that I was just like, I had brown fluff over everything as I was trying to like untangle this yarn, and I was still up at 4 a.m. untangling it. I had to go to work in 2 hours, and I was no closer to being done, and I don't know where the time went. I've just never locked in quite that hard before. And yeah, so I got it to a certain point, and then I put it away again, and fun fact, that moved house with me 2 more times until Mr. Bones finally told me it was probably okay to get rid of. He freed me. He freed me from the curse of that $2 ball of brown yarn that I didn't even have a use for. You work a regular strand of yarn with the eyelash yarn. Oh, yeah, I've heard of this method. I've not tried it myself, but I am intrigued at the fact that it apparently works as well as it does. The holding of an additional strand. And sorry, Christine, I'm not sure where that image is, but I've scrolled up and down. Oh, unless you mean your profile pic, which is about this big on my screen for me right now. So I will hopefully get a look at it later. There we are, petal. I think that's going to look quite good. I'm going to need to be more careful about making sure I stay on screen. Sorry, guys. The camera doesn't quite come out as far as it used to. But I will adjust. I will adapt. I will overcome. So there is a petal, and I will do a bunch more of those around the outside. Around the outside. Around the outside. Heck, we'll make them as a strand. Hello, Pam. I see you lurking over there. Gen 3 you're not super familiar with? Oh, Gen 3 is Gen 3 is still when they're cute little cartoon 2D guys. Whereas, like, I feel like the power went to their head as soon as they were able to start making, like, proper 3D models of things. So, that said, I'm also really enjoying Gen 5. It's just each Pokemon takes a whole day, whereas I used to be with Gen 1, I was able to get through 3 in a day. Like, big days, but 2 was more comfortable, but, like, with Gen 5, it's taking a full day to do 1 at the moment. And, that adds up. That adds up quite a lot, as I'm sure you can imagine. And that's why the Gen 5 videos are always late. Speaking of which, it's already filmed, but you know, there's a lot can happen between now and Thursday. Oh, night, Caitlin. I hope your headache goes away. You're okay with eyelash yarn? Maybe you're just the exception. Knitted zebra, but then there's always people who are like, gross, black, as in like working with black yarn. But it's just like work under direct light and it's less of a problem. I still don't like filming with it because of like on camera it doesn't show the individual stitches, which makes it really hard to show people what individual stitches I'm using. So like it's not great for that, but in terms of just actually stitching with it, it's just not really a problem. Like when I was making that Jimothy pattern on Wednesday, you'll note that he got an actual like I used black yarn instead of charcoal. And yeah, it's because the face I could just whip through it and be like, hey, go follow the other video if you need help with that. And so I got to actually use black yarn for him, and he turned out super cute. And I'm just trying to remember where I put him. Oh, there he is. He's crammed into a trash can near the Lego turtle. Oh, which means he's actually on camera. He is right there, peeping out from behind the turtle. Does anyone know what yarn would be best for a baby? It needs to have lots of colors, not too thick, and be cheap. I can't really talk on this subject. I know that they make a lot of yarns that are like labeled as like baby soft or whatever, but when I wanted to make gifts for my nibblings when they were first hatched, they sorry, that's just a turn of phrase. I'm talking about actual human infants. They weren't welcome because I'd used the wrong yarn. So eh. You love untangling yarn, but you have some horror stories. You once had to untangle one of those massive Caron 1 pound balls. It's like 800 meters of yarn that had been run through the wash. Oh no! I bet it felted. I bet it was all felty. Yeah, Jimothy the raccoon. Yes, exactly. On Wednesday, an impulse hit, and rather than doing the work that I was supposed to be doing, because I built up such a lovely, I like built up a lovely lead so that I could try and, oh no, I'm so sorry. Someone just posted tinsel. Gray, I'm looking at you. Oh no, what was I talking about? Yeah, on like Wednesday, I was literally walking to the grocery store with Mr. Bones. I was just like, I think I'm going to do a video this week. And it's going to be a Jimothy the Raccoon adaptation, because like I'd seen 3 or 4 comments from people being like, hey, what rows do I change to make this pattern into a Jimothy? I was just like, oh, well, you don't. You have to redesign it so that it looks right. So yeah, Wednesday afternoon, I finished making the episode 4 Pokemon, and then I made and filmed Jimothy. And should have been spending that time editing the Pokemon video, and I still haven't really started editing that Pokemon video because there's just stuff happens. Like I decided to move this room around finally because I wanted to do that before I started streaming again, as in like recommenced streaming. But then I got distracted doing all the different things, and I had to do things like get my filming done before I could move it around because I've left a wedge of this room visible for you guys, but the rest of this room is very chaotic still. It's kind of a mess. I'm wondering if I can get away with tilting the camera without breaking everything. Look at this. Mess. Absolute chaos. We're not okay around here. Oh good, I broke it. Well, you just don't want to... Okay, that's close enough. That's close enough. Not at all what I wanted. No better than to touch stuff. You need a Jimothy pattern? Duchess Cassandra. Complicated knots. Thankfully, put out one on Thursday. He's an adaptation of my no-so raccoon, so he is a no-so Jimothy, with the exception of lacing up the back of the legs and adding a nose. Because, I'm sorry, no matter where I try and put that nose stitch, it comes out extremely crooked and not in a cute way. Your mum accidentally bought a couple of balls kind of like that picture in a lot, and ew, the texture. Yeah, I'm looking at that glittery, sparkly tinseliness. I'm just like, that would make the ugliest, itchiest Christmas sweater I can think of. Which, by the way, we're at the end of July. We're allowed to start talking about that stuff now, in my opinion. And I do have opinions. I've just, like, zoned out and made all 4 petals. Go team! Let's pin them on. Hey, Torty. It's his high-res debut. Oh, I actually kind of wanted to turn that light down a little bit. Let's not muck with things. Stop mucking with things. Nope, now it's just dark. Okay, back up we go. Just one click though. Alright, we have a bud. And we have the petals. We'll go across. And up here. Oh, I should have made the starting magic ring green. Then I could have used that as the little joiny piece. I'll do that on the next one, and we'll just like fake it for this one, so I don't have to make it again. Oh wow, when did I get that overexposed? What is going on? I don't know what's happening. I don't know why the light suddenly all shifted. I am very overexposed though.
I have thought.
Yeah?
If it's automatically adjusting, put something really bright and white in front of it and it'll turn down. Like this.
Shelf. I don't know if that helped or not.
Oh yeah, it helped a lot.
I literally just turned the exposure down between you walking from A and B though.
Okay. I'm going to pretend it was me though.
You helped! Yay! It is what it is. We're soldiering on. So there is our little flower friend. You did see a reminder to get started on your Christmas craft projects recently. Fortunately, we did midwinter Xmas at work this year, so I've made a good start on my knit and crochet tree ornaments. Excellent. Well, I also heard that like it was like 2 or 3 days ago, we are 100 days out from Halloween. So for any Halloweenies out there, this is your sign to start Halloweening. No, I have to make a decision. Did I bump the camera? Did I bump the notebook? She screams, for she does not know. Okay, we're gonna go with this green, I think. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. The whole dang opera's fallen apart. Come with me. Release. There we go. You're on a magnet. Mr. Bones, be careful if you walk back in here. The camera's all moved.
Okay.
I know better than to touch things. And yet here I am, touching things. You're surprised that I don't have an emotional support dumpster fire pattern? Somebody already has one of those. We're not out here ripping folk off. Head. and body. Mr. Bones, what are you doing right now? Why is there a raptor behind me?
He's adjusting the marking post, so I know where to stand.
Clever girl.
Because I can't come in here.
That is a light bulb you're waving around, so just be
I
careful.
I got stuck between my toes.
Oh, skeleton problems. Anyone ever see the show Christmas Light Fight? Those are some strange people. I don't know, I feel like people are allowed to have their stuff, you know? Okay, we are so dark now. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The lighting is now bothering me because I wanted it to be better than this. You know what? It's at least at the level of what it was for every other stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fine. I'm just gonna get over it. Yeah, I know, like people should do what brings them joy. Like when they get oddly aggressive about it, that just gets funny. But then like I say that and y'all, I'm about to expose a very ugly side of myself. Are you ready? So someone in the crochet community has recently worked really hard and done a thing that's really cool and should be celebrated and supported, and all I can feel is so jealous I could vomit blood. And I don't love that about myself. And I'm trying to be better than that. But I am, of course, referring to the official Stardew Valley crochet pattern book that's coming out with Megan Lapp of Crafty Intentions doing the thing. And crazy congratulations to her. And like it couldn't have gone to like a more talented individual, seriously. But I'm still allowed to just look at it and just be like, ah. To be fair, it's not a CK stream without the lighting doing something funny. I swear it was fine, and then suddenly it wasn't fine. The lighting, I mean. The smallest yarn I've ever worked with. I haven't gone that small, honestly. Probably mercerized cotton, but even that's not that small. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, long story short, there is a Stardew Valley official crochet pattern book that's either out or coming out soon. You should support, because Concerned Ape seems to be a good dude, and Megan Lapp is very, very talented, so you know the patterns are going to be well worth it. Seriously, so jealous I could cry blood. Just blood out of every face hole. It should have been me? Yep. No, it shouldn't have been me. It's just, I didn't realize, it was one of those things where like, I didn't know I wanted it until I realized it was an option, and I only realized it was an option when it was no longer an option. So it's like, I should email Matt Dinnerman. I should email Matt Dinnerman right now. Maybe he wants a crochet book. There are already so many Pokemon crochet books out there, and I'd be too afraid of bringing myself to their attention and them deciding they didn't want me to exist. When it comes to Nintendo and Pokemon. Because Nintendo makes up their mind very quickly on people. Also, I would say only about maybe 1/3 of the Pokemon patterns I've put out are of quality to be properly released. The rest needs some work. Some of it's only minor work, but I have standards, and I was just like, they can be like, the example I'm thinking of right now is Snubble, where Snubble I like kind of got in editing, but if I was going to release that as like a proper pattern, it would need just a whole redesign in terms of the body size and shape. Okay. The head is 18 stitches around. I think that's a good amount, given that it should be end up about the same size around as the flower. And the flower was 12 with some padding. So we're good. We are, look at us, with all our self-control. Turn you around. I'm going to crank you all the way up. So dim, so poorly lit. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I need my bobby pin. My emotional support bobby pin. Okay. And now we go around to make the head. like Roselia. Roselia's just a little sprite, you know? And I know that they ended up giving her a pre-evolution in Badu and an actual evolution in Roserade, but I don't think she needed it. I just liked the idea of living in a world where there's like these little dudes. Like you plant a pretty garden and you end up with Roselia. Just sort of like tiptoeing around and like sipping on sunbeams. You don't know the size of the yarn because the label was off and you got it at the op shop, but your smallest hook size you ever used was 2.5mm. That's not bad. 2.5 isn't too bad. That's about this. Well, that's a 3. I could have sworn I had a red 2.5. Okay, that's a 2.75. I have all of the sizes. I just don't really use them. Pro tip, you can work out the size of the yarn by doing a WPI test, which is a wraps per inch. Basically mark out an inch. I tend to use my hook for it. Like an inch in size along the hook, and then just wrap the yarn, not like pulling tightly or anything, but just like wrapping the yarn so that it's laying against the hook. And there are conversion charts you can find on Google that tell you if something, how many wraps per inch translates to what size yarn. Yeah. Thankfully, that is a relatively standard measure, unlike the fact that what I call 8-ply, other people call 4-ply, and other people call double knit. You're 17 rounds into a project and you just realize you're following the wrong pattern. Devil! Could you not tell looking at it? It must at least be something similar. You love the superhero motif they went for with Roserade? Yeah, okay, fair enough. You always imagine Roselia being Fae? Yeah, she's totally... Okay, I'm sorry. Did she become very type? Because of any of the Pokemon, she deserved to be, like... Over Marill? Because I know Marill ended up with a fairy typing, right? It's like Roselia deserved a fairy typing. Crocheted with embroidery thread before? Yeah, I've seen a bunch of people every year during the 12 Days of Crochet Challenge. They make all of the various days in these teeny tiny little forms. And I look at that and I'm just like, I have neither the skill nor the will to even try and do that. She's already grasped poison though. Yeah, but like, look at her. She should totally be a fairy type. They're in the fairy egg group. Yeah, okay. But to me, that's kind of just like being a citrus tree or an oak tree. It's like if you get the chance to pollinate something, you're going to give it a go. The pattern is relatively similar and it's a pattern you've never made before and you didn't notice. Devil, is that... Okay. How do you feel about making the pattern you've already started making? Is it possibly a time... Could you pivot? Check the I don't remember how many rows you said, but say you finished like 7 rows of the first one. Could you just move to row 8 of the next one? Are they like similar enough to do that? You micro crocheted the capybara? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just like people who like, yeah, I don't know how you do it. I have big stupid sausage fingers. Not fairy, fae, unseelie court especially. Yes, well, I was using a vernacular there. Give me a break. Right now you're using 4.5 for baby bunnies for church and a 3.5 for floral lays for your students' prom next year. Oh, nice. You felt pain doing the tail on the Mew pattern. Is that a 4-stitch tube or a 3-stitch tube? What did I do to you in the Mew pattern? Okay, we have nearly achieved ball. No, it's actually more of a nub. It doesn't have the shaping of a ball with the slowly tapering edges, but because I'm going to stick a hat on her anyway, I kind of like doing any real shaping ball-wise was never going to be worth it. You're frogging back 8 rows and throwing an extra decrease in to get the right number of stitches and calling it good. Good. If it turns out wonky, it turns out wonky. No, if it turns out wonky, that's personality. And if it's a wearable, it's style. I mean, we've all seen the shredded jumpers folks are wearing. It's just like anything is style if you wear it as though it's intentional. Folks with the teeny tiny capybaras. Yeah, I'll admit that I saw a lot of really little capybaras. I saw way less tiny bugs. And I think I've blacked out and I just don't remember any of last year. My last memory is November. November 2025. And then I came to just before Christmas 2025. Like that 12 days of crochet is just non-existent. Are you blocking sounds, love?
Yes.
You can't do creepy things around door frames anymore because I'm not looking.
I was thinking of getting you a mirror for just underneath your left monitor.
Oh, you want me to see you in a dome?
Yes.
No, that'd be so creepy. I don't want that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's okay.
No, don't be sad.
No, the puppet show.
Oh, Puppet Show. Made a pair of the bees earrings. Oh, I love that. You regularly make earrings with the 12 days of crochet patterns using size 10 crochet thread and a 1.3mm hook. Yeah, I know it's a skill set. I know that. I love the way that they turn out. I should totally do it. But I just can't quite bring myself to I don't know. It feels like a headache and a finger ache and yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I like the skill and the will. You still back there? You are still back there. Hello.
It's really good.
Why are you eating foam?
No, I'm shouting at it.
Why?
You can't hear it because it sound.
Oh, okay. You're playing with a piece of soundproofing foam. Okay.
Kettle's boiling and I'm blocking the sound with my body, and so I'm finding a strange thing on your desk in order to play with to pass the time. Because
I'm gonna have to like stock that with fidget toys. Okay.
Your idea. I crochet fidget toys.
I've already done that.
I know.
Already done that.
I was there.
Yeah, you were. Suffering every second along with me. Though I was thinking recently about how 3D printers print, you know, in two-dimensional planes. And not only do I already know that we can make crochet patterns that way, but like, should you is the real question. It's like, no, 3D printers are coming for our jobs. I want to come for the 3D printers job. I want to see if, you know, those fidget slugs that are at like every market stall on every single table because people make them. And I know I have my own fidget slug, but I've made my fidget slug in a very crochet way. And I'm wondering if I could make it the same way the 3D printers do, printing from the bottom up and make like, okay, here's the thought. Make like a flat plate piece that is whatever shape it needs to be, and then build upwards around the edges of it. Just wondering what I could do with that. So anyway, that's like, did I finish a single sentence anywhere in that explanation? Yeah, so I've been thinking about 3D printers, my nemesis again. Yeah.
Speaking of 3D printers.
No, we weren't.
We weren't?
Oh, no, we were. Sorry, go on.
You don't actually crochet like a 3D printer.
Nope.
Because Jimothy, the way you do the legs, how you sew up the back of the legs,
yep.
Printers don't do that.
Nope.
No.
They are...
Which makes me think,
not
what if
welcome
you
here.
did a crochet pattern where instead of like starting at one side and working way to the other, what if you did it in like strips and then you sewed the strips together?
Okay, all right. I was going to say, honey, is that literally what I just said on the stream?
What? I took my headphones out. There's 30 seconds between us.
Yeah, okay. I was talking about making like a flat piece and then building up from it. The way like a 3D printer works, like printing in layers.
I was thinking of making like ribbons.
Okay.
And then sewing the edges of the ribbons.
That is so much extra sewing that is just not necessary.
Yeah, but it would end up looking like that bear. The white whale you've been chasing.
Oh, maybe. That's almost like a mashup of Irish lace, but I know it's a Russian pattern.
Mm.
We're referring to the Fifi bear, which is the cryptid of the crochet community.
Yeah.
Which, you know what, has been on my to-do list to give a go this year. And given that I've just put out 4 patterns and out of 5 videos in July, when I promised myself 3 videos a year, not 3 videos a month this year, maybe it's time to Fifi bear it up. No, I've got other things I want to do though. I want to do the honkening, and I want to make all of the characters from Dungeon Called Carl, and I want to do the things, man. I want to do the things. I have too many things. What am I doing? Not the things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How did I get to 13 stitches? How?
We distracted you.
I just wrote nothing down. I wrote nothing down badly.
Yeah, we distracted you badly.
Really badly.
Yeah.
This pattern would not work if you tried to do what I wrote down.
Mm-mm.
It's a different thing.
Can't. Stars aren't right.
Can't do it. Not today.
Stitches aren't right.
No, you're gonna have to give me a second. I'm reconstructing from a cached memory now. Because like once I write it down, as long as I keep talking, I'll be fine because I've access to memory. If you start talking, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Does laughing count as talking?
Yes, it does. Because like once I write it down, I like dump the memory. It's no longer needed, so it's kind of a problem. All right, so I'm down to 13. So there should have I lost count again. It's fine. It's a ball. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard with a ball.
It was a number.
We're not having a ball. There is always next year? Yes, there is always next year. We're already halfway through the year, CK, pace yourself. Yeah, normally the wheels fall off in October. It's just like I'm due a flu or some sort of disaster. And I was, like July, I was way ahead. I was like 2 full weeks ahead of everything. And then I decided to like throw that away on a Jimothy pattern. And then I took a couple of days off, which is a good and healthy thing. And like I encourage other people to take days off. I'm just not great at doing that myself. And yeah, and just like that, I'm back on schedule, which is a bad thing because I'm no longer ahead of schedule. I keep seeing this pile of stuff as your head, as though you've extended your neck like 3 meters off your body, and it's very creepy, and I'm not enjoying it.
Would you like me to move the stuff?
No, I think I will just grow as a person.
I'm gonna move the stuff.
Yeah, maybe. And the endless Pokédex. Oh, that's fine. That's a challenge.
Ta-da! I am no longer cryptid. I did have a question about you doing DCC patterns, though.
Oh, I wasn't going to talk about that overly much, but you could ask the question if you wanted.
Would you do Princess Donut as a calico or a Persian?
Yes. Well, am I going true to the graphic novel, or am I going true to the actual book?
Or true to your, like, what you think she is versus what she actually is.
She's a very fancy lady. Well, that's the thing. If I make her a calico, she has to be just all one color brown, and then maybe stitched on a couple of like browner patches. Because if I make her white, she can just be in white. It's just like, I will have to make up that decision as I go, but the truth of the matter is if I do decide to do that project, I am going to have to make my first doll.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Carl, so it's not too bad. But nonetheless, he's still a doll.
Just make sure you leave his feet out.
Duchess Cassandra, please be safe around that microwave. Burning and sparking is not a normal thing, and microwaves have several pieces in there where they'll kill you if you touch them. Like, so you just need to just be very careful if your microwave is doing things. You feel that? You also want to do all the things? I want to do all the things. So much. There's a Walmart crochet kit making a bee with strips. Sorry, I need to look up and check chat more often. That's interesting. Maybe I'll try and like see what they did there. Hi, Andy. Run. They're still after you. Yeah, when the electronics release the magic smoke, it no longer works. Yeah. Once this magic smoke is done, it's done. Okay. All the very many things. Well, I have a ball. It's a lovely in focus ball. If I hold it down here, everything else comes back into focus. Lift it up here. It's in focus. Having autofocus is fun. Any machine is a smoke machine if you use it wrong enough. Yeah. Everyone be safe out there. I'm just gonna do... I'm trying to work out if I want to do front post here to like give it a nice secure anchoring point. And I think I will. Sometimes I throw some in just for structural purposes. But now is one of those times. 1, 2, putting it back on camera. We'll get better about that. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's all 6. We did it. We did all 6. Excellent. And now we expand back out. So that little 6 front post is going to provide a little bit of structure to the underside of the head. It's also going to give us something to attach the shoulder pads and the apron to. And she is, of course, going to be naked. I gotta say, like, this is absolutely no shade whatsoever if this was a trend that amused you. I love when people are laughing. Like, if it amused you, do not let this put any kind of shadow over your sunshine. But I'm so glad that the crochet trend of putting butts on everything is over. I felt no interest in putting a butt on anything. And the butts were everywhere and they were pervasive. And I knew if we were still in the butt trend, y'all would want me to put a little butt on Roselia. And I don't want to put a little butt on Roselia. She is buttless. She is not like a human creature where we are one long tube from snacker to clacker, as it were. Managed to work it in there. It's just like, no, she is not a tube. She needs not a butt. Night, Ditto. Thanks for hanging out. And around and around. My emotional support bobby pin is not doing anything at this point. It's hanging out and keeping me company. Just like you guys. Have I cut my hair? No. It's in a bun. It hasn't been washed in a couple of days. No, it is still quite long. It's just when it's dirty, it shrinks. Also, we're in kind of an awkward transition phase as I grow out the greys, which I love. I do adore my greys. But it means that I have a weak point between where the colored hair ends and the natural undyed hair starts. It's a snapping point, which is why I've got a few like bits that are just a little bit snappy. Plants don't have butts. Exactly. No butts on the plants. One more stitch is the full loop, and now I'm afraid I have to put my emotional stitch marker back to work. Butts are always funny. That's what I mean, Eagle Ironic. If you like them, knock yourself out. People are allowed to have their stuff, and not all stuff is designed for everybody. And butts were just not a trend for me. Initially I had a brief giggle, and then I was kind of past it. When I hear the Sun Eater, all I think about is the character from My Hero Academia. At least your hair is a good reason for that snapping point. Yeah, true. Honestly, it would probably, like, at this point, I like having a lot of hair, right? I like having a lot of hair. It makes me feel good to have a lot of hair. And at the moment, I have a lot of like silver black hair and a lot of weird orange hair, which is also fine because now it kind of, we've gone past the point of it looking like ugly regrowth in my opinion, and it just sort of looks like a thing that's happening. But I know I want to chop off all of the coloured stuff at some point, but at the moment the silver's only like reaching to here, and the rest of it goes like, admittedly it's past my waist now, which is a lot of hair. It's too much hair even for me. So like the big chop is coming. But I've been growing it out for, what, 18 months now? It'll be 2 years in September, so more than 18 months. And by that I mean, I last dyed it in September 2024. Mr. Bones, that is a bumblebee butt. That is not a plant butt.
That plant distinctly has a butt.
Yes, but it's because it took it from someone else. You got yourself a pack of hand-dyed yarn at a craft festival and you decided to make a bunch of tardigrades with it. Oh, I love that. I'm so intimidated at the notion of hand-dyed yarn because I'm like, it's always so pretty. I feel like it has to be like used with specificity and purpose. But excuse me while I just trim something off myself. Yeah, I'd be so afraid of like wasting something that feels like a treasure, which is an urge I've been trying to like beat out of myself in my adulthood, because as a kid I always used to like not want to use the craft materials or art supplies because I never knew if I was going to be able to get more. And that's not something that's come from any kind of like anything. That's just an internalized anxiety thought of like, don't use the good paper because then you won't have good paper anymore. I'm sure my parents would have happily gotten me more good paper if that had been a thing. But of course they didn't, because I never used it because I didn't want to run out of it. Yeah. So that's kind of my thoughts on hand-dyed yarn. It's too pretty to be used. It would cause me problems and anxieties. Not to waste a beautiful creature. Exactly. That, like, I fully support other people using the yarn. You've read that the lifestyle, what you eat, your stress level influences more of the silver growth hair than genetics. Really? My mum was completely silver by the time she was in her very early 30s. Yeah. So, genetics is definitely playing a role here, but so is my chronic vitamin B deficiency. So take of that what you will. I'm also not the most relaxed person, so that also doesn't really surprise me. Oh, devil, I'm allergic to wool too. It's so itchy. Bunny Badger does that all the time. You don't understand. It's there to be used. It serves literally no purpose sitting on a shelf. Well, sitting on a shelf, it is still a beautiful thing with a beautiful amount of potential, and you love it for having that potential. And it's trying to train yourself to know that you'll love it in its final form as well. Because like you can love it for its potential, and then you're worried that you'll only be able to love it for its memory afterwards. Where it's like, no. It has both potential before and after. How tall are you meant to be, little lady? I fear I have overstuffed you. And underfed you. It's a potent combination. Okay, so your head is meant to be... Okay, so I should be starting the legs now. We're only 12 stitches around though. My goodness, you are an itty bitty little thing. No, I'm not happy with that being the full length of your body. We're going to go at least one more row. So for the purpose of being pretty. Exactly. Hand-dyed yarn in your hand would probably be like your special stickers kept for very special occasions. Yes, that. Stickers stress me out. I just give them away as soon as I can. I don't purchase them, but every so often, you know how like when you shop online, you'll get like bonus presents and stuff. And when I get stickers, I just pass them along. Pass them along to somebody they won't stress out. Excuse me. Hand-dyed yarn also looks pretty as an echidna. Most things would look pretty as an echidna. Echidnas are pretty cute things. You found a grey hair in your eyebrows last year and plucked it? I'm not ready. Oh, there used to be an old adage about like if you nix one, 6 more come to its funeral. But yeah. I got my first silvery grey hairs when I was like, geez, it was pre-primary, so I would have been like 5 or 6 years old. I have a few more now. I like them. They like the sun hits them and they light up and they're bright silver, and I'm just like, you can't buy that color. I just think that's really flippin' cool. It's like, how cool. I'm learning, I'm evolving, I am reaching my final form. Joke's on me. No, you don't really have a final form, you just keep evolving. Okay, time for some leggies. We're already pretty straight as well, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just skip 6 stitches. And build up a leg. Thought it would be wider around than this, but I'm the one who set the size, so I guess it's on me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just got your hands on a super rare bar of metal, not because the metal material is rare, but because people haven't made it this way for 100 years. You used a piece almost immediately. Well, see, that's good. That shows that you are a healthy individual who doesn't suffer from a lot of anxieties and such. Like, that's good. In this regard. Like, as in, like, you don't suffer from anxieties in this regard. I'm not out here diagnosing folk. But also, if Bunny Badger wants to put her yarn on her shelf, it is her yarn and her shelf. She can do what she likes with it. What's the name list right now? That is an excellent question, Yellowfan. I don't think I've read any of the names. Current name list is Onesie, Nefarious, Camellia the Executioner, and Princess Rosalina. Well, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You're super anxious all the time, but apparently not about the metal that you want to use. So that's not me like gotchaing you or whatever. It's just like, it's cool that you've got your craft and you don't feel the anxiety about using the materials for your craft. That's cool. When your hair does start to go silver, it's going to be pretty because that one hair was Snow White. Then I won't have to bleach it to add your cyan dye anymore. Yeah, Rowan, I'm thinking the same thing. Like, I can't wait to start doing like bright colored rinses because I've always had, it's technically dark brown, but it's always like presented as black. You can't do anything with it. And I've always refused to bleach it because with curly hair, bleach is like just not a thing. Your hair, she cannot take it, Captain. So I'm quite excited about, I know that like white and silver hair doesn't take color as well, but also who cares? It's not about looking younger. It's about having access to a whole new spectrum. Do you feel bonita? Wait, did we name Ponyta Bonita? Or did I make that joke? No, Ponyta is napalm. That's an excellent joke. Never mind. No one is named Bonita. Can't wait to go grey for no other reason than it means that you've lived long enough to go grey. Exactly! My goodness, yes. Your silver hair is your high score. It's good. I actually think that there's been a lot more awareness of like being allowed. We were always allowed, but you know what I mean. Allowed to like just look your age, people. Like if you look in the mirror and something is consistently making you miserable and you have your power to change it, go right ahead. Like I'm all about that for you. Like do what's going to make you happy. And for me, what makes me happy is being able to look at my face and being like, oh, wow, I was an angry teenager. Look at that little line. And oh, look, my smile lines are coming in. I guess I was a happy adult. And my silver, well, I've talked about my silver. It's so shiny. And I am part crow at heart. We do love us some shiny. That's about to change. Add Bonita to the name list. Let's see, so that's... I think that's 6. I think it's 6. And I think that's about as long as that needs to be. I think any longer and she'll start looking a wee bit silly. And her feet aren't as pointy as they could be. Just because I'm trying to give her half a chance of being out of balance. Yeah, forget the purple menaces, we'll be the silver squad. Giggle Squiggles, I love that! Aw, Giggle Squiggles is the best name I've heard yet. Like, Laugh Lines is fun and all, but like, bring on the crow's feet. Bring on the Giggle Squiggles. You know what, I'm taking it. Giggle Squiggles is mine now. I'll share it with you. Or maybe you'll share it with me. There we are. You'll share it with me. Giggle Squiggles and Wisdom Streaks. Yes. I'm becoming very enwizened. Gotta say, I'm a little self-conscious about the full beard I can grow these days, but that's unrelated. That's something else. Okay, how are we doing for time anyway? Oh, we're at an hour and a half. Okay, so I'm still going to try and, like with Gen 3, stick loosely with the giving things 2 hours. It took us a long time to get started on this little lady today. But I'm still so unresolved about what green we're going to make her bits. You know what I mean. It's a bit iffy to be crocheting her crotch while saying bits, but I mean her apron and her shoulders and her hat. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cool. And we'll loop around. Feral human energy. Yeah. It's giving Silk Song? Yeah, it's very similar to how I made the legs on... Is it Hornet? I think it's Hornet. An ad for an attorney just popped up while I was gesticulating. Oh, I'm sorry for your weird scraggly mess. I would give you mine if I could. It's like I was irritated at him. I probably was, you know? There are, like, if you subscribe to, like, alternate universe theory or multiverse theory or whatever it's called, where there's, like, an infinite number of universes and every possible outcome is happening at some point, then there is definitely a universe where I know that guy and he's put his ad on this stream on purpose and I'm annoyed with him. She's wearing a gymnastics leotard. Yeah, it's more of a morph suit. It goes all the way up over her face. You got jump scared by yarn? There we go. Besides, like, my personal favourite theory that I have encountered just as I happened along, I don't know if this has ties to anything, but, like, it's the weasel theory. The Large Hadron Collider was turned on in 2016 and a little weasel got in there and mucked things up, and since then the timeline's been a little weird and a little bit wonky. And then recently this year they turned off the Large Hadron Collider and it feels like everything kind of smoothed out again. And that's my personal favourite tinfoil hat to wear sometimes. Yeah, go weasel theory. Weasels did it. The yarn was on the couch and you thought it was a person. That's fair. I had a jumper that was jump scaring me as well because I thought it was Mr. Bones' extended head. Now that doesn't make any sense. But nevertheless, that's what was happening to me just maybe like half an hour ago on this very stream. The human brain's ability to fill in the gaps and form patterns. It's a little alarming sometimes in what it thinks it's seeing. My personal favourite, not favourite, but like it's one of the reasons to have a pet. The other being that you have the capacity to love and look after it properly. But is that, like, if something's not where it should be or you hear a weird noise in the night, that's fine. It's just fungus. Like, that's fine. He's just knocked something over again. It's like you have that beautiful, plausible deniability that you don't have a ghost. You just have a cat. Current name list: Camellia the Executioner, Princess Rosalina, Rosy Posy, and Bonita. Cool. Tuck her little leggies in. No. And there's also this one. There we go. And we have a flower. And she obviously needs a second flower and a little outfit. So let's maybe make the main leaf of her outfit. That's what I'm thinking here. So we'll go here to, like, it's quite long. Drawing it out to scale means that I can just stitch it using the paper pattern. And then 2 shoulder leaves that are about the same kind of thing, which means I have to finally make this decision. And I'm not super excited about it, but I think we'll go with this one. Showing it on face cam so you guys can see that these 2 colours at least look okay together. I'm pretty sure there's the same shade of yarn. They're slightly different, but that could be dye batching. And I'd rather finally use some of this because it's been hanging around. If the cat's not worried, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, but then sometimes the cat will stress stare at the corner of the wall for 11 hours. So, I guess pick your battles. Your friend once legitimately thought she was being haunted. It turns out that her new house had a stray cat living in the attic. Yeah, we've been having an interesting situation here where, okay, so I've told the story before. Like, okay, ghosts aren't real, but also I have one that follows me from house to house. Okay, that's the clearest explanation I can give. My first night in this apartment, which was about a decade ago now, it was before Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones was still living blissfully across the road, actually. But we did not know each other existed yet. My bedroom door at 3 a.m. creaked open, paused, then creaked shut again. And it's a wind flow thing, right? I know that, but it's also a ghost. And my light in my bedroom also like turns itself on and off, which is very stereotypical ghost behavior, but I'm pretty sure it's just a thing with the beeper. Yeah, well, recently we've been having an issue where the light in this room has been like, we're finding it on in the mornings. And we're not really sure. I heard you arrive.
When I was by myself, yeah, it was on in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I realized it's because I turned it on.
Yeah, but it's a ghost story. Yeah, it's, I can hear whiteboard. I do not like the whole behind me thing. Hi, Susan Starr. I didn't know there was a fire. I'm glad you're okay. What's happening? Oh, yeah. That was probably the most conspicuous way you possibly could have done that.
I sent it to you on Discord.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's about as long as that goes. And if that's the tip, no, we want this to be the tip. Just the tip. Yep. Finish off. I forgot to finish writing down the dang leg pattern. Apron. Did I finish telling my story? Anyway, the light, we kept finding the light on. And also there was utensils missing from the kitchen. We lost a vegetable peeler and we lost one of my rice paddles. Because, you know, you have a special paddle for the rice. Seeing the Flying Dutchman's cool. Did you hear about the DCC show? Well, I know lots about it. I know that they've announced who is going to be playing the voice of Princess Donut. And I'm very excited that it's Jeff Hayes. Very, very excited about it. He's the only voice that could have possibly been. And I was so worried they would do stunt casting for her. And then they didn't. Like, any other role, I don't mind. But like he just is Princess Donut, and I'm really excited about that. That might actually convince me to watch it because honestly, I'm a little on the fence about it. Do I have pets? Unfortunately, I do not currently have pets because I do not believe I have the capacity to make an animal happy in my home right now. Like cats, Mr. Bones and I are both allergic, and dogs. Not only would we have to seek out a hypoallergenic one, which is complicated over here, and they don't tend to come into rescues very often. But I don't know. I feel like dogs should have grass to run around on. It feels wrong to keep them in an apartment. I don't even like keeping people in apartments, except for the fact that it at least gives them homes, you know. So I'm just waiting until I have at least a small patch of grass to offer before delving into pet ownership. So y'all, we need the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 7. Go to turn. Oh, you're trying to rule out ghost theories. Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah, no, it's okay. We're like Mr. Bones and I both have a minor history in sleepwalking. We're pretty sure it wasn't us, but Mr. Bones is pretty sure that he was the one turning the light on. Because he caught himself doing it one morning as he got his coffee. He gets up a couple of hours before I do, because I grew up having to get up really, really early to catch a 2-hour school bus, and I'm not about that life if I have options. So I'd rather stay up until 3 a.m. than wake up at 3 a.m. He does not wake up at 3 a.m. He wakes up at a very normal human hour. It's just I don't. And so like he's up first for a couple of hours, and so I wasn't there to call him out on being the one to turn the light on. And he caught himself doing it, and he's just been doing it subconsciously as he walks past. Yeah. Okay, now I have unfortunately made it very wide at the neck. Oh no, if I wrap it around, it kind of works. I'm tempted to just pile a whole bunch more stitches in the top here. It's 3, 4, and 5. Okay, well, I did it. 2TR, and then in the same stitch, we did a TR and 5DC. Finish off. But yes, I'm quite excited that you reckon Jeff should also voice the AI? Don't get me wrong, I think he did a really good job at the AI, but it's one of those things where if like Seth MacFarlane or whatever self-inserted himself as the AI, I could get over it. Whereas like Princess Donut needed to be Jeff. It needed to be Jeff. He's done the voice since the first day, and it just needed to be Jeff. There could be no other. There can be only one. And plus, I just love how many doors it's going to open for him. Not that he isn't already successful in his own field, but like getting a big show like that. And like DCC has become a huge IP at this point. Like, enormous. You hate that you sleepwalk daily? Her sister said she saw you watching the phone at 3 a.m. Oh no. I don't think I've sleepwalked in a very long time, but I used to do it growing up. I was quite adventurous. I did some things that scare me a little bit as an adult now. 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Good. What do I call that? I'm going to call that her tie. Chain 5. And then we're going to do a little slip stitch. Maybe 2 little slip stitches and then a single crochet. And a half double at the neck. Well, it's been a long time since last stream, Gray. So hopefully you've had a chance to make some really good stuff. I can't show you what I've made since last stream because it's all currently spoilers for the next episode. Your brother used to sleepwalk. He once got dressed for school and then got into the shower and turned the water on in the morning. Surprise! Well, that's the thing. It's meant to be like your body running through the things it's supposed to do on autopilot. Hopefully that's long enough for you, Miss Thing. So frankly, it's looking a little short. I feel like it should have been 1 stitch longer. Do I go back and I make that one? Go back and I make it 1 stitch longer. Let's just do it. I'm going to be starting the name vote very soon. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. The camera's still on and working, even if our color has gone a little weird. Our lighting's gone a little weird. Basecamp's still doing okay. We still have at least some like darks and lights, and I'm not just an overexposed white face. So I appreciate that. The fact that this camera's lasted as long as it has so far, and it's barely warm. Awesome. I have fixed the problem. I'm very excited about that. Now all I have to do is fix the settings on the camera. Maybe get it a ring light. The ring light ends up just overexposing my face again. I might just have to pick a battle. Oh, your younger sister was gifted the first DCC book for her birthday. Well, Mr. Bones got me into it, and I got my brother into it, my aunt into it, and I've gotten hopefully a whole bunch of you guys into it because I've been talking about it for years now. Like, I'm claiming credit for my own little wedge of the fandom at this point. And I'm pleased. I'm pleased that I can claim that. Just got a Woobles ad. Again, that's just a good example of that's just not for me. That is for someone. I hope it helps introduce them to the craft and gives them the confidence to seek out other patterns in future. There we go. Okay. What? Sorry. I love having the ability to, like, look! Stitches! You can actually see them! We could make her a little hat. I don't really feel like doing that. Let's make her little shoulder blades instead. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. It's like a wonderful little cape. It is, but it's a front cape. You dislike the yarn? I have not used it. She's so tiny. She's an itty bitty little bean, but she is hand-sized. My hand is not the smallest. I think she'll look huge next to Budju. The Woobles got you into crocheting. That's what I mean when I say, like, it's not for me. And so it makes sense that I don't necessarily see the value in it, but I love that it might be getting more people into the craft. It's kind of like the crochet kits at Kmart or whatever. It's just like, I look at them and I'm just like, it's a potato. But, you know, the potato is where we all start. And, like, it's easy to forget that so many years in. So I try and, like, keep a grip on reality there a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Woobles is arguably responsible for a lot of people discovering the craft, which is a very cool thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll do... Let's do 2 decreases in one. You were not the one who gifted it to her? Okay. Oh, it's stretchy. I've heard that it's like more of a woven tube than it is a strandy thing, which is fine. This probably makes it easier when you don't have to worry about splitting things. I've made this a little too leafy. Yeah, I made that way too leafy. I just need to calm down. Of course, what are we talking about, Angry Bear? I've missed your first part of the rant.
Carl picked on his feet.
Oh. I don't know. My biggest issue with Carl is that in my mind, he feels like he's in his 30s, maybe early 40s, and he feels a little bit more like world weary and grizzled. Whereas, like, I know he's meant to be in his 20s. I just have a hard time picturing him that way. And that's going to be the biggest struggle, I think, with casting, is finding somebody who feels like he can carry the weight of the world the way Carl has to, while also, you know, being young enough that people don't complain. But then, like, we were talking about Princess Donut before, right? Where canonically she is Calico in the books, but she is also a white Persian in the graphic novels. And it was a deliberate choice made by all of the creators involved and agreed upon, for inking reasons, and so that she would stand out in scenes, and so that, like, they didn't torture their colorist. So, like, they have made choices. Because, like, it's easy to picture Carl as, like, an Alan Richman type. I think that's the guy I'm thinking about. But realistically, he's not. And I almost hope they cast an unknown. So that it doesn't have baggage. 4, 5. Okay, that was still 6. And now we're just gonna sneak in. We're gonna do a single. We're gonna do 3 doubles. We're going to split our yarn, which wouldn't happen if we were using Woobles. Okay, I can't count. I'm so sorry. This little leaf should not be taking me as long as it is. Let's do the name vote, shall we? Do we have four options? I can hear frantic typing. Oh. Current name list. Let's see. I'm going to copy and paste that because it's too long for me to bother typing. And I'm going to copy and paste that because it's too long for me to bother typing. I'm going to add another option. Ah! I'm going to copy it from here. Much easier. So the name options are Camellia the Executioner, Princess Rosalina, Rosie Posey, and Bonita. Name this. While I try and remember how to count to 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, my bugs are too hard for anyone with a... Yeah, no. It's one of those things where, like, beginners can do anything that they want to do, but they have to have a pain tolerance. So maybe no. I do have a video on Cruel where I make... It's a largish bumblebee. With just like 2 little flaps for wings. And it's basic striping. But it's a bigger bee, not a little bee. And you might be better off just finding one that's a nub. For someone who's just learning. We all learn on nubs. There are plenty of potato bees. Just so many potato bees out there. The bones tippity tapping on the keyboard. Yeah, they are the panicked skeleton noises. Which I'm still hoping to make a shirt for. I think that a panicked skeleton noises shirt would be very funny. Well, Rosie Posey is an excellent name for a Cocker Spaniel. Please note that I love Princess Donut, but she and I do not see eye to eye when it comes to Cocker Spaniels. Yeah, as for the teaching a 10-year-old who's never crocheted, I'm looking down the barrel of that myself. My godson is 3 and has connected the idea that Auntie CK, I forgot my internet name for a second, Auntie CK crochets stuff. And so whenever I go visit him, he's like very serious. He's like, I have a hook and I have yarn. I'm like, okay, buddy, you should teach me to crochet. It's like, okay, I will, I promise. Then he runs off getting distracted because he's 3. And so like, I don't know how much longer it's going to be before I actually have to work out how to teach someone. Yeah. Every person that I've taught has stopped. I want him to still like me. Your cat is named Salem. Oh, that's a good name for a cat. Sabrina reference, I'm guessing. But Sabrina the Teenage Witch or Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Me zooming at the chat, wondering what's this pretty pattern behind the messages, and it's yarn barfs. Oh! Yeah, sorry, I forgot that that's on screen now. Hello! It's like, I thought I'd park Iggly Buff back there and she can like silently judge y'all. It's just the big purple block was a little bit oppressive, whereas like this is like, I have to be a little bit more mindful that we're on camera, but it's more of a continuous frame. Excuse me. Okay, realistically, that's probably all we'll do on her today. So let us close off our name poll here. End the poll. We have named her formally Camellia the Executioner with 45% of the vote. Camellia. We should have named Budgie, but I was not paying enough attention to do so. Executioner. Executioner. Very good, very good. Okay, so I am going to do my normal like walk around, stretch, hydrate thing, but I will open up a vote for you guys. And remember how I do all that. Let's turn the mini on. And I'll let you guys pick another one from Gen 2. There are so many Roselias on this screen right now. An unnecessary amount. So your options are 1, 2, and 4. The theme today is these Pokemon are cheering us on. They are in Gen 3 and they are happy that we finally reached them. So that is 1, 2, and 4. Then hopefully the punchlines are obvious because I don't remember who's behind these bubbles. Alrighty, I will see you guys in a few minutes. Wait, I'm back. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. Sorry, I'm back. I was like, I don't know where that 10 minutes went, but it was gone. I'm okay.
Oh, you're already talking. I was going to come in and talk for you.
I appreciate your support, love.
My opportunity.
Okay. All right. Who did you guys pick? Hi, Amethyst Creative World. Fluffy Chomper. Yes, Australian Western Standard Time for the win. Let's end this. Oh, it was closer than you'd think. Hydrate or dihydrate? Yeah. Sorry, I just scarfed some potato sticks and I think I inhaled some because I realized I abruptly had like 60 seconds to get back. I'm not dying. I'm just not super alive. You were there, but you can't remember why we did LeChonk so early while doing none near him. I can answer that question. Let me just finish off this poll though. So number 2 won with 43% of the vote, then came number 4 at 40%. Wow, number 2 came first at 43% of the vote, then came number 4 at 40%, and then finally 1 brought up the rear at 17%. So I'm going to tell you guys before I reveal who is behind door number 2, this theme today is they're cheering us on, and this guy here is just... He's here on vibes more than anything else. He's clearly yelling about something. I just choose to believe it's supportive. So we're making Loudred. And I gotta tell you, the Whismur Loudred Exploud line has to be one of my favourite Pokemon lines. I always forget about them. Excuse me. But they are one of my favourites. I'm okay. So we're going to make Loudred as our 36th Gen 1 Pokemon, ticking us over into just 99 to go. That was fast. Oh, there we go. There we go. You knew it? Yay! I was going to say buttocks badges. We were just talking about adding butts to things earlier. Let's minimize you. Let's change back over to that so I can look at you. So the real problem here is, do we do open mouth or closed mouth? I'm going to zoom us back in because I think that was quite effective for the first sketch. How big am I working with? Ooh, we got some fragment happening. Interesting. I need my sprite. Oh, right. Now, to answer your question about LeChonk, he got made early because he technically was made before I even started doing the Crochetdex. I made a pig pattern a while ago. It was like one of my first patterns for that year. And I realized that I could... Well, sorry, now I'm questioning how I remember this going. But like, from memory, this is what happened. My timing might be off. But yeah, the pig pattern, I realized that if I removed some of the belly rows, it looked pretty much exactly like LeChonk. And so I made a LeChonk just for shiggles. And yeah, so LeChonk got made, and then I couldn't exclude him from the Crochetdex. That's just rude. You saw the Jimothy video? Yay! He's yelling hydrate. He is. No, his mouth has to be open. It's alright, I understand. Like, with Exploud, we had an open mouth as well. And Exploud turned out quite well, if I do say so myself. Let's see if we can have a look-see here. There he is. So, there we are. Exploud is sitting on top of our head right now, and we're excited about it. Exploud was one of the more detailed ones I did pretty early on, in my opinion. But now it is time to do Loudred. Don't know how we're going to manage this. You have picked 2 of the more complicated constructions of the ones that I had on the schedule today. Little speakery ears. Oh, and he has beans. We can see the beans. We have visible beans. think the open mouth is important for the character. I agree. I agree that it's important for the character. I don't know if we'll make it an open mouth with depth or not. A few times I've tried to do that on stream and it never works out for me, which is funny because when I do it off stream, it always works really well. I think it just might be one of those things that takes slightly more bandwidth than we necessarily have available. Let's just move back into frame. On stream, yeah. It's a wide open trap, if I ever saw one. It's basically a mimic. Does he have a tail?
Yeah, kinda.
Just a little nubby boy?
It's more like an outie belly button. Equipped with dust.
Oh, and he has volume marks on his back as well. Okay, sorry for the silence, folks. I'm just trying to soak in all the details. Okay. Nearly. Nearly. Tiny little pupils. And a little snub nose. Huh. He has a weird tube tail. I remember from Exploud, he has quite a lot of stuff on his back. But this guy doesn't. He doesn't have any of like the tubes or whatever. He has a lot of volume knobs on him though. Like all of his teeth and toenails are like these little pellety bits. No thumbs though, which I appreciate. Do I have everything? Flatten the head out a little. Bring that lip up. For some reason my drawing isn't looking as cute to me as a sprite, but I'm wondering if it's just that I've made him too wide. In any case, this is still just going to be how it do. Just move that bottom jaw out a little bit. Maybe that'll help. Alrighty, let us ink it. You got distracted by the notion of dyeing your hair purple? Do it. Purple hair is the best. Just make sure that you find a complementary shade of purple because there are orange-based purples and there are blue-based purples. And you're going to want to work out which one's going to fade out the nicest on your skin tone. Because last time I went in for a blue-based purple, the people gave me an orange-based purple. And that is probably the last time I'll ever go to a hairdresser. Because I keep trying and I keep going back, and every single time I sort of am not. I think it's me. I don't think I know how to communicate properly what I'm trying to do. Box dye all the way these days. Then if it goes wrong, I can just be like, well, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Hair grows back. I reckon he looks very happy, like he's about to eat an entire cake. Oh, yeah. That's a good vibe. Speaking of which, I found a little party hat for Pilot Swine for anybody who was worried about him. As I was moving the room around, I realised I hadn't thrown away all of the little paper party hats. And, yeah. He totally has one now. Well, he's technically in a bag, but he has a hat if we ever bring him out of the bag. You're very liney, my friend. I'm just trying not to miss any of them. Okay, is this leg on? Yes. It was either on or under, and it was on. Yes, Mr. Bones, I think they're supposed to look like eyes. There we go. Okay, I have aligned all of it, and now we do the thing that I do. Which just gives us an extra few seconds. So it's looking like, I don't know, there's just a few different ways I could approach this. We could just do a stick-on mouth, like an applique, which has some depth to it, which would be a perfectly fine way to achieve this same thing. I'm just very, very aware that when I was trying to do Golbat with his open mouth, I tried to make it all in one piece with his head and body, and it didn't turn out looking good. And if I had to do any of them again from Gen 1, Golbat would be on that list. Because the poor little guy just got a little shortchanged in terms of face holes. So I don't really want to make that mistake again, because this guy here is basically just Golbat 2.0, you know? But at the same time, I look at it and I'm just like, I really want to start in the middle of the mouth, build out to some nice loops, and then into the bean of the body. It is possible. But other than that, we basically just need purple and yellow and black. Now, sadly, Exploud was made with that super rare purple that I haven't been able to find for many years. We rationed it throughout. Just looking up at my things to make sure I'm not telling a fib. Yeah. We rationed it throughout Gen 1 so that I could keep all of the ghosts matching. But Exploud was made during that same era. So we might just have to make this guy a different shade of purple. That's fine. I think that the wisteria will suit him just nicely. The lilac's probably a little pink. Oh wow, we currently got a whole name list. Radiohead, Boomboxer, Sonar, and Yap Trap. Oh, Yap Trap is fun. Okay, that is me having done my best. Let's grab some color. Oh, I pictured the inside, like when I was just sketching it just then, I was envisioning the inside of his speakers as being yellow, like the soles of his feet, but they're reddish pink. It's kind of like the last of the Whismer peeling away. Oh, before I move on, I do need to just do a quick little reference sketch down here of his back, so I can show that he has a little nubby tail and he has volume lines on his back. Oh, and the back of his ears as well have rings on them. Is there anything else missing? No, I think we're okay. Oh, okay, the tail is a tube. I thought it was a nub, but it's clearly a tube. This guy's always shown from the front. He's very rarely shown from the sides. I'll admit that I'm missing Loot a little bit today. Loot's good for getting those very specific angles, but nevertheless, we'll soldier on. Let's see how close I got it, shall we? Let's do a little line up. Oh, not close at all. I've made mine way too wide, which is probably why he doesn't look as cute to me. Proportions are off. Ears are the right distance apart. Nailed the ears. That's a fun little test that we might just do in future. Yep, we're doing it? Okay, good. Alrighty, let's dig out some colours. That goes in there. That goes in there. We're just packing up the rosies. There we go. You can go over there. You can go over there. Go in there. And you're not in use. Alrighty. Purple! Where is my purple? Digging through the box. Well, that's the other two purples that I'm not looking for currently. There's the other one. This is the purple I have to offer today. I understand it is not dusty enough. It is what we have. Unless I go looking for that other purple. Alright, we're going to take one quick look on the shelf just to see if I've still got it there. Alright, here we go. Nope, it's definitely not there. But is it buried under the finger puppets? It is! Oh my goodness, we still have some of the precious irreplaceable yarn. That is a much better colour for him. We can see his butt cheeks in the sketch. No, you can't. Oh, wait, wrong button. It's this one. It's a mechanical little screen that I can flick down. So I'm thinking it's a little bit more chill in person. It's coming out a little bit richer on screen than it actually is, but I'm gonna just ask you to trust the process that is the purple that I have been rationing now for like a decade. Oh, everybody's pointing out the booty hole. Closed mouth laughter does nightmare fuel. And then like this is the yellow we have for those bits. And then we need a bunch of pinks. So Antique Rose is an excellent go-to for that. What else do we have? That's a little rich and a little bright. Ah, falling. Nailed it. That's definitely too rich. That's a very cartoony pink. That could be like tongue and inside mouth. And scrumble around a little bit more. Oh, hello. Or we have that pink. Those two pinks go together quite nicely. That's kind of a very orangey pink. Okay. You like the lighter purple better for him? Okay, well, I feel like it's too pastel. I do. Alright, you know what though? I will let you guys vote for it, because I did feel like I overruled you a little bit much on the Roserade thingy. So, you gotta keep in mind that this is what they actually look like though, and keep in mind that the dark one is the Exploud colour. Paler purple, which is, I believe it's the Wisteria. Pick a purple. Those are the purples. Let's see if I can do a thing. Let's move the sprite over. Yeah, sorry, I'm moving things the wrong way. So they are both equally as wrong, in my opinion. It's just a matter of vibe. Rage! This Everline does change colours, that is correct, because Whismer is definitely pink. And Whisma will probably be made using this pink, which is relatively well represented on camera. Oh, Angry Bear, I'm really sorry to tell you this. You're clearly not aware. The void left. Look, I'll show you. Hang on, where am I? That one. Look. No void. It's gone. Okay, you guys have voted, and I will abide by it, because 42 people, like, don't get me wrong, I see you, the people who are going for the darker shade. I will continue rationing that colour out carefully over the years, but y'all have spoken. 84% have said use the lighter one. I'm okay. Gotcha. I need to do a little bit of, like, planning here, because I need to know what this guy looks like from the side. He has mouth. But the mouth is only on the front. And the mouth could, like, extend backwards into a pocket. So this is the trap. It's like, I reckon I can make this shape. I reckon I can. Okay, how do we make this shape? We start in black, I'm thinking. Circle of black. And then we change to pink to build it up into a square. In worst case scenario, we can always just sew these pieces together. Okay, I've talked myself into this stupid decision. Y'all are welcome. It should at least be entertaining to watch. Is it hard to get the purple I've been hoarding? Faye the Grey? This purple I have not encountered in a single yarn store in over a decade. It's the same type of yarn, I'm pretty sure, from memory. I might be wrong because it just doesn't exist anymore, as the other yarn that I use. I'm pretty sure it's Marvel, but it's not available anymore, and it doesn't make me itchy, so I don't think it's their wool blend. But it's the perfect grey purple for so many different things. But by the time I realised that it wasn't around anymore, it had just sort of vanished, I just had the one ball left. And so I try and choose very carefully where it gets deployed. And so it was used for the ghosts in Gen 1, because I used it for Gengar, and it was actually used for Exploud as well. So, like, that is the history of the purple. So it's not necessarily that it's, like, super rare. It's just I can't find it anywhere. I've heard that it's in shops, but because I can't personally verify that, I can't say it for sure. I know it's not available on the website anymore, and hasn't been in a very long time. Let's start with a mouth. We'll go black, magic ring 6. And y'all, this guy's probably getting Megapod. Oh, side view, thank you. Thank you, whoever found that side view. I'm afraid that Discord has truncated you down to just S, so thank you, S. When I'm streaming, it truncates some names on the Discord.
Sarah Sue.
Thank you, Sarah Sue. That is perfect. That is perfect what I needed. Okay, so the mouth's a little bit closed there, but honestly, I wasn't far off with my plan here. He's a slightly more of a nugget. Scoops. Like that. I'm going to open his mouth slightly more than what it looks like on screen. But in general, that's a pretty good estimation of the bean. The real question is, do I build the teeth in? Well, that's going to depend on how big it gets. So let's just give it a go and see where we end up. Can we ask them for some more? Hello, Mr. Yarn people. Please, may we have a May Zerple's return? The problem is I don't have the numbers for it. I don't know what color it was originally supposed to be. I don't know if it was just a wonky dye batch. I don't know if it is even Marvel, because, like, memory's tricky, and that's a purple that I had in my stash for a very long time, even before I started using Marvel, so it could easily be a different type of yarn that's just a really good dupe acrylic. They could just be not sending the color to the store, but I also can't find it online either. So, like, yeah. It would be 1 more yarn added to the 10 often used colours, correct. And like I said, just because this particular colour doesn't make me itchy, it's been around for a long time. Doesn't mean that it's not one of their, because the closest I've ever seen is one of their wool blends. But again, dye batches change over the years. It's why, like, if you're making a really big project, they tell you to get all of your yarn at the same time if you can, because dye batches shift over time, and like the same yellow or the same purple might not look the same over 2 different dye batches. So. Are you eating my potato sticks?
Mm-hmm.
But they nearly killed me.
That's why I'm eating them. I'm saving you.
Ah, they're tasty. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
To
10.
protect you from Ladrid.
Huh?
To protect you from Ladrid.
Oh, we have some sound dampening foam. I have a whole pile of it right here.
Yes, we'll make a box from.
Ah.
Yeah, you could just
Ah.
cut loose.
Ah.
You know, the thing is, you hold it to your mouth, and you open your mouth, but you don't make any sound. Oh, it's really good, isn't it?
Sorry, I feel like I've touched a little bit of a nerve with the whole void thing. So I just want to say that we didn't take it away for any particular reason. I just wanted to brighten it up a little bit. We'd had the void there for a few years, and yeah, I just thought I'd brighten it up a little bit with some sunshine and some clouds. So like the void can come back. I feel bad that you guys are clearly feeling badly about this. You want potato sticks? Yeah, I'm not a big salt and vinegar fan, but these potato sticks, in their salt and vinegar flavoring, they kind of eat like styrofoam, but in a good way. They're good styrofoam. You can't see a purple that's that shade at either of your closest spotlights either. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, I just don't think it exists anymore.
They're not styrofoam, they're styrofoam.
They're styrofoam. Just in your head. Well, yeah, I just wanted you to know, Angry Bear. You didn't do anything wrong, just so that when you can hear that, you have heard it. You didn't make... Okay. Everything's all good. You didn't make anyone feel bad as far as I know. And that is all I will mention of the void. I'm sure that our next nemesis for the season will manifest itself at some point. I haven't even hidden any Pokemon yet. Guess who just realised he has an essay due in like an hour that he hasn't written? Well, devil in the details. I hope that you've trained those essay writing muscles. Get to it, friend. What's the topic? Maybe we can help. Three, 4, 5. Also, who has an essay due at this time on a Sunday?
Can I put up a community vote?
Sure. What do you want it to say?
Option 1 is we mute Devil in the Details for 1 hour.
So this is bullying. I'm not going in for that.
It was more of a joke. Don't fit me.
Yeah.
Or we don't mute them for an hour and they can stay here.
They can stay here as long as they're typing their essay and not talking to us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 and 12, and I'll do the little dangly bit at the back of at the back of the throat as a separate piece, I think. I'm going to count on shadows to build the rest of this out for me. So now I need to turn this into a square, and I'm going to go with dangly bit. And we're currently 12 around and we want to form square. So what you do is you form 4 corners. Yep, cool. We're all good. 12 front post, single crochet. And the front post is just going to help set that back a little bit. But I'm going to make sure that I give myself room to go big enough here. Working overnights, the Crochetdex videos get you through the night. Oh, honestly brings some calm to certain chaotic nights. Well, thank you, Dark Irish Rose. That makes me feel good. It's very college to you. Most of your stuff was due on Sunday at midnight. I have an arts degree. So my stuff was kind of just due when it was like, due in class for presentations and stuff. We didn't have any exams. Tell me, like, there's a reason why I have some like questionable opinions on the value of arts degrees. But I have one. All right, 4 single crochet, ink 3, and a single crochet, which will get us up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. I'm already worried that the back of the throat is too small, but it feels rude to stop and measure it.
Wait. You didn't get any exams?
No, not a single one for all 3 years. I was invited back to do honours, but at that point, yeah.
But like, you should be doing exams because that's what it is in like the workplace.
It was project based. It was like you present your projects.
Ah, but like in the workplace, they'd be like, "I want you to draw this." Like we're selling milk. I want you to draw a cow's udder.
Oh, is that what the workplace is?
Like A2. Do it now. You've got 15 minutes.
You want an A2 udder? Go,
yeah,
exactly. Go. What kind of workplace is this, sir? Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Oh man, I'd have the best fun. like setting the exam.
Cool. You want an arts degree, honey?
No, not me doing the exam. Me as the lecturer setting the exam.
Okay.
And then like everyone in the room has to draw this thing that no one is inspired to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, in high school I had an exam for art.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm just also responding to chat here. And yeah, in high school there was an exam for art. It's just in uni. Nope. No exams. I don't think that course still exists, though, if anyone's looking for a bird course. Yum, 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 yum. Cool.
I was going to put some chips on at some point.
Okay, you should feed yourself.
Do you want chips?
No.
Channel your inner bird.
Beep, beep, beep. What are we doing? Three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I should have just done regular increases in that first one because then I could have added the elongated rectangle. I've put these square. Okay, I've done this wrong. I've accidentally made it square, and I should be aiming for more of a rectangle shape. But by making those corners evenly spaced, I've kind of mucked it up for myself a little bit. So we're going to try again. And this time, we'll make that 3, make that 3, and we'll make this 1, and we'll make this 1. There we go. Do that twice. We're going to end up with the same 20 stitches in our thingy, but it'll be a rectangle instead of square, which is important. Refused to go to uni for art, didn't seem worth the debt. Correct, Coletti Spaghetti. However, it's one of those things about like, I think that education financing, etc., is very different here in Australia based on what I've heard about what it's like in America. I have not heard about what it's like in other places outside of that, though. Like, the American system seems a little bit predatory. Here in Australia, like, I worked 3 jobs in a gap year, and then I just paid for my uni. So, I later did incur a HEX debt, which is like a government-backed student loan, but it wasn't a very big one. And by that I mean it was like, I think it was like 7,000, something like that. I have a bunch of certs, and a diploma, and it's like I know that my letters that I can put after my name are like Barepa. So I think it's a Bachelor of Arts in Multimedia Design and a Diploma in Business Administration. So yeah, so that was a HECS debt, but that's an indexed loan and not a, I don't know. It's still borrowed money. It's still debt, but it's not evil debt. So no, I did not have to live with the burden of that decision of having gotten a Bachelor of Arts. For a long time, I had paid it off by the time I finished the course. Someone stole the thing. Sorry, I don't know how YouTube feels about that word. I built for that course. It was several years ago. I'm surprisingly still mad about it. I'd be mad forever, man. Like, just be mad. Mad is a perfectly legitimate feeling. Just make sure that you're the pond and not the fish. We're gonna go see, it's rectangle now, not square. Oh, sorry. Did I wander into bad, no good territory?
No, it's fine.
The problem with being apolitical is you don't always know or recognize when you've entered a political space. Okay, well, congrats, Faye, on paying that off. It's a big moment. I didn't have a lot of education debt, but it still felt really, really good when I finally, like, got rid of it. It's like, it's one of those things where, for a brief shining moment in history, the internet had every piece of information you could possibly want on it. And now it's all kind of being obscured and hidden, and in the meantime, uni Vs just keep going up and up and up and up and up. It's a complicated one. Plus, I mean, the whole AI thing, which it's just a negative subject in general. I don't know why I'm doing this to us today, folks. Let's just pull out of this spiral. But yeah, I do have my arts degree. It's a very pretty piece of paper. And arguably, in hindsight, it did set me up for success in terms of what I now do. But for the bulk of what I would count as my career, it was a waste of time. So take from that what you will, because I do consider that I have taken a rather non-traditional route through this particular playthrough. And I feel like that bears mentioning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14, 28. We're 28 stitches around. You're making a lemon lime spooder? Are we talking with yarn, or are we talking like ice cream spider? Hey, grad school was completely free? That's awesome. I think your local uni has a 3-year fine art course that adds up to about 30k, but mentions tuition could go up by each year. Yeah, by my last year at uni, they'd already decided they were retiring the course, and so I feel like basically everyone was just like waved through, because if you didn't pass every unit, which were mainly project-based from memory, but if you didn't pass every unit, then there wasn't a chance to like retake the same unit. All that said, it was a really helpful thing to get me off the farm. I kind of needed that airlock between proper adulthood and being a teenager. It helped adjust me to living in a city away from people. It's kind of the L plate. I don't know. Do you guys do that with driving? Have you like your L plates when you're a learner driver? It was kind of the L plates for adulthood for me. What is an ice cream spider? You might know them as floats. You take a scoop of ice cream and you pour a fizzy drink over it. Soda over it. Let me translate for the international audience. And the carbonation and the milk goes, and you get to eat the yummy foam from on top, and then you got ice cream and you got a cold sugary beverage. Tutorial zone, exactly. Okay. And one more to give us some more depth. So far I'm happy with the mouth, but it's always the lips where everything goes to heck. Technically you have 3 degrees? That's awesome. You're a highly educated sir. Also that most employers there can tell you that you're overqualified. Yeah, I've heard about that. I honestly have no idea how I would go about breaking back into a traditional workforce. We just... Folks, we really got to make this crochet thing stick. You call them floats, yeah. Well, in Australia, it's spiders. Sometimes known as ice cream spiders, but they're spiders. They're very refreshing. It's like, for a while there, Pepsi was trying to convince people to, like, mix Pepsi with milk. There was like a whole ad campaign about it. And it's just like, on the one hand, I know that tastes good because Pepsi makes a really good ice cream spider. And when I say Pepsi, I of course mean Pepsi Max because we don't acknowledge the full sugar version. Makes a really good spider. And the liquid that you get afterwards with the melted ice cream and the Pepsi tastes really yummy. And so like I know that in theory the mixing milk with Pepsi is probably good. It sounds revolting. I can't get past it. It's kind of like once you find out what's in polony, you can't kind of get past it properly. Do I want to go again? Or is that thick enough? Maybe one more. I don't think it's hurting me to have a little bit of enforced depth here, particularly as the purple has to go out and around it. So let's just do one more. Just one more. Hey, self-employed buddies. The taxes are interesting, but we work it out. You call it vaca preta, black cow. Oh, okay. Or a dirty Dr. Pepper. Is it Dr. Pepper that has like 37 different flavors in it, but it basically just tastes like prunes? The bird-eating spider, that's a bird-eating tarantula too. They're not really a threat to people. You just don't like their little defensive hairs will irritate you. Hi, you're pretty close behind me. I can hear you. What's wrong? Oh, you did it. Oh, Mr. Bones mixed milk with Pepsi. Oh, report back, sir. Report. I must know. You hate this essay, you hate this essay, you hate this mandatory minimum word count. This sucks. I can say everything I need to say with 200 words now. I'm trying to pad it out to 500 words. 500 words is not that many, devil. You can do this. Pick a point, and each point you're making, give another reinforcing sentence. That's all. It's just like give another bit of evidence, another point to reinforce your answer. Did you just change the ratio? Because it should be mostly Pepsi.
Put a bit of cream in there.
Oh, now it's got whipped cream in it. It looks revolting. Let me say that. It looks like an ice coffee. Yeah, I kind of do. Do you want to put down here? We have the mysterious liquid. Oh, the whipped cream on top is very off-putting. Look at this. I went to drink it. I was like, oh no.
You've got this. I believe in you.
It keeps looking back at me.
Just think strong thoughts.
I gotta stop laughing long enough to taste it.
For healthy bones.
Okay, I just need a second.
Hey, everyone stop looking at us.
Stop talking! Yeah, that wants to be an ice cream spider. It's just not. Yeah. Bleh, 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 bleh. We don't do root beer over here. It's not a thing.
Ooh.
And it's also excellent with lemonade, but like what we call lemonade, what you got, not what you guys call lemonade. What's wrong?
Bottom left cube shelf.
Oh, the book fell.
About to fall out. Just a heads up. Because I can't help, because I'm...
Disaster
I won't be on camera.
Is it sliding?
It's sort of... It looks like it's about to. I'm impressed it hasn't hit the floor yet.
Well, it might have been that way since before I grabbed the purple.
Hmm.
It doesn't appear to be moving currently. We're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. If you guys hear a clunk, it's just that book falling. Oh, yeah. Sprite is like a lemon lime type of thing. It's kind of a lemonade, but we also have just like a lemonade, which is just like a lemon. But it's not the same as Solo, which I think is what is like a lemon squash, which is I think might be what you guys call lemonade. I don't know. It's just like we've got a whole lot. It's kind of like the yarn thing all over again. You think we can standardize our terms? You want to carbonate chocolate milk? I think traditionally you're supposed to use vanilla ice cream in these things, so I don't know if I can support that particular plan. I'm trying to work out how to attach these lips. Do I want to go back post or front post or on post? I'm going to do one row of front post and just see how it's sitting, because that's the mistake I normally make. And I am so willing to make the same mistakes over and over again. You have no idea. Yeah. Creaming soda is red flavored. Okay. Go around, 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 do. Excuse me for 1 second. Fans of creaming soda, I'm seeing. I don't know. Creaming soda always felt very, very sweet here. Maybe it's slightly different over there. I've recently grown a fondness for kombucha. Particularly, there is a pineapple lime one that I'm very fond of, and there's a passion fruit one that tastes incredible if you've just eaten some like dark chocolate. A&W made a really good chocolatey soda last year. I've heard of A&W. I believe A&W do a really good like root beer. It might be a ginger beer, something like that. Because I do not mind me a ginger beer, but of course over here we do Bundaberg. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. The fibers have just crawled all the way up my nose and there's just nothing I seem to be able to do about it. Because I would thought that the carbonation would make chalky milk taste like it's bad. By the way, be very careful. I mean, don't be careful, but... Oh, hey, my tinfoil hat is back. Whenever a product is listed as choc flavoured and not chocolate flavoured, there's actually no legal requirement for them to have anything chocolate in there. It's the same as on some ice cream, you'll find it's labelled as like frozen dessert. That means it's not meeting the minimum requirements to be technically ice cream. I don't know specifically what those are. But yeah, it's an advertising gimmick to refer to things as choc, whether like, because that tends to mean that they don't have any cocoa in them. Yeah. A&W's root beer is amazing. Yeah, see, I'm pretty sure that's what I've heard. I don't know if I've ever had a root beer. A rainbow sherbet is good with lemon lime soda. That sounds delicious, Dr. Lipton. I am a sucker for a lemon sorbet. Okay, I'm a little worried that the mouth is getting a little closed off. So, now what do we do? We could do... I know what I need to do. Okay. Let's see if I can get it to work. This might be a complete waste and we might end up frogging all of it, but I'm sure you're on this journey with me, not against me. 28 front post around again. No, not front post. 28 regular singles. Probably multiples. Have you ever thought about whether we are sacks of meat on top of bones or if our brains are driving a meat and bone mech? Oh, I think of it as the meat suit, but I also consider the meat suit to be kind of sacred. I get deeply uncomfortable when reading any kind of body modification horror. It's the sanctity of the meat suit. It's the difference between I and me. But like, it's also, oh, thanks for hanging out, Rachel. Sleep well. It's also, you can't think too long about, what was I going to say? My goodness, it's gone. Yeah, it'll come back to me or it won't. Chock full of palm oil. Yeah, the palm oil comes and goes. Meat mech. Oh, wet skeletons. That's what I was going to say. It's just like, it's hard not to think of yourself as just a wet skeleton. Because, it's the marrow that produces the blood. So most of those skeleton bad guys walking around in various TV shows should probably be red. They're looking a little dehydrated. Okay, now how we make this work is we increase. We're doing okay. I just need to stay calm. This is still fine. If I do another couple of rows, I could just roll it back. We could do it now, but I might do one more row. No, we won't increase. We'll just do another row. Doing something tricky with it. Na 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 na. Bye, Susan. Why are we unliking the stream? Because like that's the only way I can interpret kill the merits. It's like the stream backwards. There we go. And we go around. So yeah, I've missed you guys over the last 2 weeks. I'd be hard pushed to tell you exactly where the time went. Turns out that the days kind of just will flow into one another if you let them. Whereas like Sundays tends to be quite a good bulkhead for me in that like, oh, it's stream day. I've got to get stuff done on stream day. It's kind of how stream works. Okay, I'm going to work through the yellow loops and the pink loops. I can zoom. Look. Haha. To fold the lip over. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going to zoom in and I'm going to try my best to keep it on camera so that y'all can see. Because this is good practice. If I can get this whole setup working for us properly lit, nicely in focus and not to whatever is happening there, there is potential for me to film more of my videos live on the stream, but I got to get it working first. I'm just particularly thrilled that I got what I consider to be quite an upgrade in my setup for the cost of like, it's one extension USB cable and one additional cable for my camera. That's it. We had the potential all along. So this is 28 single crochet in yellow and pink loops. And we'll see if this works. So 1, 2. They should have the same number of loops the whole way around. 3. Did I spell check? Oh, you got your essay finished. Well done. I am consistently, don't get me wrong, you stress me out a little bit, but I was the same way in a scholastic environment. Heck, I'm the same way now. I'm always editing at like 8 p.m. before the video needs to be live. But like, you are consistently impressive with the amount of work you can just churn out. Because you've been here on stream before talking about like, oh, you got this and this and this, and then you just sort of got them done. Your ability to focus should be studied. You lock in, and I respect it. To quote Shakespeare, what piece of work is a man? Well, to quote Diogenes, behold a man! Oh no, I ran out of pink loops. Where are my pink loops gone? Are they hiding? Oh, I'm not on camera. I'm so sorry. I said I would, and then I didn't. I think that's them there. I'm going to zoom us back out. This is a failed experiment because we keep focusing too much on the written thing and we're all fuzzy. I will get better. Do we have a name list going for these guys at the moment? Okay, so I know Pig Latin, which is like ig pay attenlay. Ig pay attenlay. But did you get you go good guys gonna get good spidgeek did it got or what it calls the gust. I'm suddenly hyper aware of how many of those syllables I was not saying intentionally. You're really good at the last minute panic lock in on account of years and years of doing project last minute. Yeah, it's activate deadline mode. Though recently I've been trying something called, well, honestly, it's a bastardization of the Pomodoro method, where I set timers and I focus for 50 minutes and then I have to get up and do something else for 10 minutes. And it has been very good for me and my ability to focus. It's the only reason that Jimothy video could happen on the time frame it happened. So I'm cautiously optimistic that I may have finally found a hack that might work for my brain. See, the actual Pomodoro method tends to be like 25 minutes of focus to 5 minutes of break, but that's not a long enough lock-in phase for me. I'm too good at like descending down in. Okay, good. I'm glad some people recognize what I was doing just then. And if you give yourself the added shame of telling, say, an entire stream's worth of people that you have an essay due, it helps. Well, good. We're glad to help, Devil in the Details. We will be wanting to check your report card. Okay. I have curled the lip. You called it egg language? I know it as, I think we called it double Dutch here. But I couldn't tell you what it is that I'm doing. I just know that I still have that mode in my brain where I can just add a bunch of extra syllables in. It's probably quite good as a vocal warm-up. Okay, alright. Hey, look, that's not looking too bad. I should have built the teeth in. And I didn't, because some little, like, white picots in the mix there would have been great. But honestly, that wasn't in English, friend. You want to try that again? Honestly, that's looking pretty good. Back to the purple, which we have not used at all yet. And we'll do 28 front posts, and then we'll start growing the rectangle out again. Though I don't think we really grow the sides. We just grow the top and bottom, which is cool. Yeah. This looks like a little hat. Wow. Yeah, I wish I'd built the teeth in, but I'm not going back now. I've tasted success, and we're forging forwards. See, now there's room for a little tongue and a little uvula in there. Overexposed again? Guessing that's me. Hold on. There's something I can try. I did warn y'all, this would be a little bit... Oh no. This might turn this camera off. I don't know. Okay, well I just changed one mode completely, which I should not have done on camera. Focus, exposure, composition, turn you down. I could always turn this off if it's too bad. It just seems very plain, and then I'm not very well lit either. The other thing is I turn that around and face it at the wall. It's a neat little lighting trick. For anyone who's interested, you point your light at the wall instead. Particularly if you've got a big white wall. Roof also works. We'll go with that because I think it's rather underexposed than overexposed. It does kind of look like a little uvula, but we might stitch on a little bit more of one at least. And sorry, I will now focus and we'll attach the purple. I'm trying to give you guys a good viewing experience. It's just we're also experiencing some hardware teething issues. Hopefully they're teething issues and not the new permanent straw for my back. Honestly, I'm really pleased that the camera hasn't shut down yet and it's not too hot to touch or anything. Like, it is doing a really nice little job. It's a little Sony ZV-1, which I have used on and off over the years. I bought it a couple of years ago now, but it's never been good for long shoots because of an overheating issue. Whereas, like, I feel like I might have finally solved that one and I'm pretty excited about it. CK getting surprised by her own abilities? Well, yeah. I always expect to be terrible at everything. Doesn't everybody? Okay, and we're going around and around and around. This is the mouth that Golbat deserved. Maybe I'll go back and I make Golbat again. That's a slippery slope. We have made 345 Pokemon. Well, it's 347 now. And it's a slippery slope to not like them and to go back and feel like you have to fix them. We can do that at the end if we ever reach the end because, folks, I've heard... Okay, I have to talk briefly about Wind and Waves, but you should know that I don't consider this to be a spoiler because I'm talking about gen size and I have ruminated on that before and I also don't know how accurate this is. So you should know that while I'm about to talk about Wind and Waves, I don't really consider any of this to be a spoiler, but if you're trying to like stay really no, you know what, I am going to talk about it now, so I'm really sorry if you're trying to avoid all spoilers. I don't think that this is going to be very spoilery because it's not going to be anything specific and I don't know if it's real, but I've heard that the gen size is going to like have like 300 to 400 new like thingies, like forms or whatever, and like even accounting for them being regional forms or whatever. That's a lot. That's a lot. Not happy to hear that. I was really hoping it was going to be a smaller gen. We mathed it out and I thought that even if it was a larger gen, it would be like 120 at most, but 300 to 400 new spritey entry. I don't know how to define them because I am trying not to get myself too spoiled here, but like that is not what I signed up for. That knocks me from like a third of the way through back to like 20%. Okay, this is actually looking so good though. I am so pleased. So now I just need to make sure that I get the top and the bottom curled out a little bit. So there's a little bit of body out the bottom and there's a little bit of head out the top, but the sides would be pretty tucked in. Nintendo being like, CK needs content for the next decade, but no, you don't understand. Because after Wind and Waves, there'll be more generations added because they're already like working on stuff, right? So like, okay, so Wind and Waves comes out potentially at the end of this year is one of the rumors I heard. I don't know how much credence to give it, but at minimum next year, right? So let's say that they drop 300 new things on us. I say things because I'm pretty sure at least half of them have to be a regional form, right? They can't possibly be 300 new Pokemon. They can't. There's not that many animals in the world, and I'm creaturey. I know. I am the expert here. So, like, there's that. I need to stop ranting just long enough to do some math. I'm so sorry. But, like, it's not possible, and it's not possible, and so they can't do it because it's not possible. And then like 2 years after that, they'll be putting out like the mini gens that they do, like 70 or 80. And so like I already have, what is it, like 700, 800 Pokemon to go. Hold please while we find the actual number. Okay, we have 678 Pokemon to go so far. That's actually, that sounds really cool, doesn't it? So we have 680 Pokemon left. I have a lovely new pen here. So 680 Pokemon-ish left. And like, if we add, let's say I get through like 104 of those a year. That's one stream a week, 2 Pokemon per stream. I'm not including the Pokemon gaming runs that I do because they're bonuses, you know? So that's, we do like 104 Pokemon a year. So that's like 6 years. That's 6 years worth of content there, not including regional forms, not including megas, or any of the other like bonuses that we've kind of just neatly avoided doing so far. And if they keep adding hundreds of new Pokemon every year, I am just never going to be able to call this finished. And that means that I'm going to have to make a decision at some point. And I was really hoping just to be able to celebrate winning, like celebrate it because we've reached the end. I don't want to have to arbitrarily finish it because I'm getting old and my hands hurt. That's not now, that's me in 10 years or so. Yeah. Next year? Okay, yeah, so yeah, exactly. So I'm feeling a type of way about it, as you might be able to tell. And that way is abject denial and a refusal to acknowledge that they're doing this to me, because it does feel personal. Increase 3. Increase 3. Okay, we're actually still pretty symmetrical here. I think that the way these stitches work, it's kind of accounted for its own level of drift. Increase 3. And then it's however many stitches there are. Increase. Sorry, mathing.
Numbers.
Yeah, that. Okay, so that's 1, that's 1, that's 1. This is 2, so I already know the answer to that one. It's like solving a Sudoku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And there's currently 28 in the row, so that's 12 remaining, so it's 6 and 6. Cool. And now we can stitch it with the help of our emotional support bobby pin. You really feel like it's more like Nintendo upping the ante? Let's watch her try and do this many kind of deal. Maybe. I will say I do know something that I do consider to be a spoiler for the gen that I could mention here that I think might be inflating that number a little bit, but I'm going to choose out of respect to the people here not to talk about it, because it's definitely more of the spoiler territory. You'll be done when your oldest biological child goes to college. I don't want to hear things like that. I'm allowed to have no problem with the aging process without escalating it to that degree. I'm not quite done for the credits to roll. You could do a video where you reach out to the community. 100 people averaging 5 Pokemon each could get you over the line. Yeah. If I ever had to call it, that's what I would do. I would do some sort of passing of the torch. I like that. But then, like, there will always be people, like, that will probably mean that I have to do all of the awful, boring ones that nobody wants to do. Which I will not name because I know every Pokemon has somebody who loves it. Oh yeah, Natu has now taken over moderating the stream. I know, and like I know that every Pokemon out there has somebody who it is their absolute baby favorite. And I would never do anything to impugn the honor of those Pokemon, but let's face it, there are some Pokemon that people just don't want to stitch. And you can tell that because if you go looking for Pokemon patterns, there'll be ones that nobody has stitched. Everybody can do their favorites, it's just nobody wants to do the Blacephalons. You can volunteer Bunny Badger to do 5. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all volunteering as tribute. Yeah, bobby pins are great. Bobby pins are useful for so many things, and I'm glad that I could pass that knowledge on. It's like they are the perfect shape for stitch markers, and like you can buy them in packs of 400. And you know what? You need to, because those things wander off like no one's business. They have the attention span of a gnat. That's GNAT. Just because I know that we have a gnat that lingers sometimes. You have a self-imposed no Pokemon crochet? You know what? That seems like a good way to live. I tend to try and enforce a no IP rule on myself, but I don't know, you tell me how it goes. Ultra Beasts, yeah. Oh my goodness, that mouth has actually turned out so flippin' good. I'm pleased. I am so pleased. Okay. So he's a big bean. In fact, he's gonna be bigger than Exploud, but that's fine. We're putting in the time. We're doing the research. We really are putting in the time. This has taken a long time. No, Fiora, thanks for hanging out. Okay, so now we've done that. I don't need to grow the corners anymore. I kind of just want to grow the top and bottom. So we'll go E, and E. And then like E and E. Okay, so it's E, E, E. E, E, E. Okay, those noises make sense if you're me. I don't know, I might just like curve off the underside of the body there. I don't think it needs to extend much further down. The head needs some room for the eyeballs, and so that's why I'm like bothering to it. If we got by 5 though, that pushes us to 33. Ew. Wait, I can't do math. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15. Okay, never mind. We're at 39 already. If we go up by 5, we'll hit 44, which is fine. I just have an issue with prime numbers. For anybody wondering what that reaction was about. And like, it's a completely unfounded thing with prime numbers. Prime numbers are just as easy to work with as any other number. Easier in some regard, because they always have a middle stitch, which is great for when you're centering things. But no, nonetheless, every single time you hit a prime number, it's ew. Ew. So we'll do 3 like that, and then we'll do a bunch of single crochet till we reach the other side, and then we'll go 2 like this. And that'll bring us up to a delightful little 44 stitches. Those noise make sense if you're me. Well, yeah. We need to find someone that wants to do the human-shaped Pokemon. Exactly. The Peoplemon ones, which by the way, it still bothers me that that we go with Peoplemon, because like it's stuck now. It's stuck quite firmly. When Pokemon was right there. It was right there. Missed opportunities. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 stitches, which should be 29 around. You ready? Emotional support bobby pin. You're gonna do this? Here we go. Increasing around the top of the head, and it's gonna be fine because I said it would. Yeah, there is no chance that we're going to be doing a 3rd Pokemon today. But I will still do the reveals at the end of stream. Just wanted to be clear on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pokemon just sounds immoral though. Kind of. Kind of sounds like in Pal World where you can catch the literal humans in the Pal spheres. Which I have a little bit of an ethical issue with, but the people I play with find it funny. And that's fine. Actually, I wonder if I could rope them into playing Pal World tonight. Y'all, if you are who I'm talking about, and if you are, you'll know. How do you feel about playing some Pal World tonight? It's been days. Well, at least Peoplemon would be people monsters. That's true. Rather than pocket men. But who pockets the pocket men? Yes, but they were all bad. Exactly. Going around and around and around. We haven't finished a single piece for this guy yet. And yet he will be the greatest of them all. You know what, though? Actually, the greatest of them all is probably going to be Dustox because, like, that little guy is phenomenal. I have done such a good job on that Dustox, and he deserves to be celebrated with many regalings. I just need to not flub the dismount, and we'll be all good, because then I'm going to have to do, like, 3 rows of 44 single crochet around. My goodness, save us all from that kind of level of prattling. That was meant to be an increase. This is fun. Now that the camera can't see out the window, I can leave the window open, and it's good fun being able to see outside and look at some plants. There we go. So the eyeballs will go here, and the leggies will go here. La da 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 da. Very good. And we need a tongue to go in the bottom of the mouth. We need some teeth. This guy's coming together, though. He is looking good. 33 isn't prime? No. I thought it was going to be 23. Oh, no, you're right. Okay. Sorry. When I started rambling on about primes, I misremembered 33 as 23. You're correct. 33 is not prime. Is navy brain like navy beans? Mr. Bones, I might have missed it. Could I get the name list, please? You just realised your brain is often unnecessarily dirty. You know, I want to say same, but I clean it up for the internet. And I think it's been good for me in general to live in clean spaces and not swear as much as I used to. These days I actually find it quite shocking if I catch myself swearing on camera. Just like seeing it come out of my mouth feels very weird. And I'm just like, oh, okay. I've kind of accidentally conditioned myself into not swearing. Modbones, current name list is Boomboxer, Radiohead, Yap Trap, and Cacophony. Have we named the Exploud, actually? That's a good question. That's Gen 4. Where are you? My lovely little purple guy. There we are. Okay, no, Exploud does not have a name yet. The Exploud line is one of my favourites as well. Like, catching the little Whismer just before the cave, I would always just go out of my way to make sure that I got one there. And Exploud is fantastic, and I always had Exploud on my Elite 4 team. Oh, you love when I do the dippy ones? Well, this is what I wanted for Golbat, But so I'm glad that I think it's coming out slightly better on Loudred, but it does still wait to be seen. Current name list: Radiohead, Yap Trap, Cacophony, Sonar. Real monsters, because he looks like Crumb. You think he looks like Crumb? But he's not holding his eyeballs.
If you take away his eyes.
Well, if you take away his eyes, he won't see very well.
One second. Making my petition.
Also, Crumb is based on a different part of human anatomy. I don't want to spoil your childhoods, but if you look him up now, I can almost guarantee that you'll see him, see what I'm talking about. Crumb is quite distinctively...
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yep, there it is. We're not going to call him Sonar, Real Monsters, because he looks like Crumb. We would call him Sonar, but I think that was the joke, and I've accidentally literaled myself out of a punchline. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to ruin your punchline. That's quite funny. You caught a wild shiny Whismer and Emerald? Wait, isn't Whismer pink? Isn't Whismer already pink? Is shiny Whismer pink as well? What colour is the shinies for Exploud and Loudred? Don't ruin Crumb for me. Just don't look it up again, Knitted Zebra. Live with your happy memories. Okay, so Crumb is a character from our Real Monsters who holds his eyeballs in his hands. Here we go, drawing from memory. Let's see how we do. He looks like this.
Oh, they're actually really close.
Which has been a long time. Though I will say Icus is somebody... I made an Icus for an aunt of mine a long time ago with crochet. He looks approximately like that. But he also has like bristles sticking out of him. Sorry, I thought I'd done the glorious underarm hair. I'll add some more. Whismer is pink with yellow patches. Shiny is green patches. Ah! Just want to keep on going around. That is a design choice. It is. Oh, there's a shiny pick for me. Thank you. Oh, what a disappointing shiny. Yep, and that's Crumb. Which for the record, I hadn't looked at that reference image, and I had in fact forgotten his nose. He also has a nose. Which honestly does not help him at all in terms of what he looks like. So, okay, so the Whismer shiny's okay, swapping the yellow for the green, that's at least noticeable, but Exploud and Loudred just look like Exploud and Loudred. That's so disappointing when they do that. Because it's like, okay, cool, I've got a cool shiny, but I best not evolve it. Oh, I've mucked it up. You know how I've mucked it up? That thing that people were saying looked like a uvula in the back of the throat, I've accidentally positioned that on the bottom side of the mouth instead of the top. Dang. Yeah, Crumb is from our Real Monsters. Okay, so the main difference between the normal and shiny Exploud is that normal is not one that I would ever be able to crochet because I would have to use the same shade of purple for both. There is basically like, normal is slightly more blue and shiny is slightly more pink. But they're both purples. I'm not keeping count, so somebody better help keep track of that bobby pin, because if I remove it for any reason, we're doomed. They do still sparkle. They do, yes. Slutty Sandshrew is green, which is a fantastic choice. And you know what one of my favourite shiny choices is? Politoed. Goes from being a yellow and green little dude to a pink and purple little dude. Or a pink and blue little dude. If I remember correctly. But like, it's quite a bright, distinct colour change. And that's what you want. You want little cotton candy Mareep. Because like Mareep is yellow normally, pale yellow wool. And when it's shiny, it's bright pink. Which is lovely. It looks like a little fairy floss sheep. Adorable. Perfect choices. You have to go to bed? Oh, night, Andromeda Potter. Thanks for hanging out. Whereas like things like Diglett, yeah, okay. So Diglett goes from having a pink nose to a blue nose. I'm like, okay. You couldn't have given us like an albino Diglett? I suppose that would have just been Wiglet. But Wiglet didn't exist. So, Wiglet didn't exist. Wiglet wasn't real. It wasn't allowed to hurt us yet. My goodness, friend, you are a large beast. I fear you have gotten out of control. Giving me Gyarados vibes, actually. A purple, fabulous Gyarados. Okay, we put a big old tongue in there. We'll put some teeth on. We'll put some eyes. Slap some 22s on it. Get some rims. We all good. Do I start closing you off yet? No, you've got some depth to you. You just need a little bit more chonkiness. Maybe 2 more rows. My hands are getting tired. I no longer have the stream stamina. And I like the fact that you guys picked the least literal answers to my they're cheering us on. You picked the ones that are like kind of look like they belong, but don't have actual puns in their names. The final 2, feel free to leave your guesses, of the cheering us on theme. Both have the puns in their names. So you can leave your guesses if you like. They were both from Gen 3. There will be a reveal at the end. Sometimes it's fun to guess. Oof. Ah, you like ones that are normally pink but a blue is shiny, so like Ditto and Mew. That's fair. Ooh, shiny Wooloo goes from a white sheep to a black sheep. Oh, and Mr. Bones, the candy cane creature is Oblina. They are Ikis, Crumb, and Oblina. And they had a fabulous teacher who had the most amazing red high heels. I just need to stand up for a second. Hold on. Oh, we are experiencing a cramp. We will survive it. We always have. We will stitch standing up briefly, however. This is actually not a bad way to crochet. Good to know. I am really liking the new setup. I am pleased with the change that I've made. And what you guys also can't see is the fact that the Pokemon Crochetdex for Gen 1 is on the wall. It's right there. I am looking at it. I hung it up. It's just above the monitors. It's looking fancy. Maybe at the end I'll turn the camera around, but we're not messing around with that right now. Because last time I did that, I couldn't get you guys lined back up in frame. Blind, I'm blind, I cannot see! The Grumble! That's the one. Yeah. Okay, I'm going around one more time and then we're going to narrow this thing off because I think I've given him about as much emotional depth as he can handle. He might get safety eyes. He's large enough that I could possibly do his pupils as safety eyes. it's funny, the further I get into this whole challengey, and by challenge I mean the Pokédex, the whole Crochetdex, not anything specific, but the further I get into the Crochetdex, the less often I'm reaching for safety eyes. Which is particularly funny is when I started Gen 1, I was like, oh, I'll make sure that I use safety eyes for all of them. It'll be a unifying feature. It'll make them all look like they're part of the same collection no matter what size they are. And that's kind of gotten a little bit warped over time, where now it's like I'll do whatever I feel like I can make look the best. But it does mean that some of the Gen 1 ones stick out a little bit because it's clear that I've like forced myself to use eyes when there were other ways that it should have been done. And possibly the only thing. Yeah. Oh, good, that sentence is just gone. It left absolutely no remains as to what I was trying to express. I have no idea what I was just saying. I'm so sorry. What am I rambling on about? This is a very large fellow. He just sort of keeps getting bigger. Okay, all right. Well, in the next row, we're going to do a whole lot of decreases and make it more manageable instantly. That's the end of my row there. And all y'all gotta keep me on track. We're like, maybe Devil in the Details can give me some advice. Or maybe it's just about activating the mob. Hey, mob. You gotta keep me on track, because like if I focus properly, I will be able to get this video completely edited. It's only 20 hours at the moment. That's a lot of work. Considering that usually I have to do one cut anywhere between 5 and 30 seconds. So, that's a lot of clay to get rid of. But I'm real nervous about getting that video done on time, even though I have literally the whole week and there's no reason to be nervous about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi. What's wrong, honey?
I'm focusing, that way you can focus.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah, it doesn't feel weird focusing if everyone else is focusing on you. Now we're all doing it together.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to start the name vote, just so I don't forget. Yeah. Let's see. I remember Yap Trap, which I think is very cute. Editing long videos is the worst. I hate trying to pick out what is the most relevant clip. Okay, so here's the thing, Angry Bear Ironworks. It's actually been really, really good for my personal development because I no longer obsess about things like that anymore. Basically, oh, that's the rose for the thingy. If two clips, if I'm having a hard time picking between two clips, either one is fine. Because if I'm having a hard time picking between the two of them, there is no distinguishing feature, and all y'all aren't going to know that there was a second clip that was slightly to the left, or slightly brighter, or slightly darker, or basically identical. And another thing I've learned is that if I have an hour-long video that's just me of crocheting, it's not going to matter if all I do is I go through that hour-long video and cut out like 3-minute chunks, like 6 3-minute chunks from evenly spaced along it, and then just comb through those for the bits that I actually want to use. It doesn't matter. You don't need to watch the whole hour. Yeah, no one needs to watch the whole hour. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. There's the names. Radiohead. I like Cacophony. Cacophony's a great name. Not necessarily specifically for this guy, but just it's fun to say. Cacophony. Cacophony. Okay, I will exclusively be referring to him as Cacophony. And so Narg! Right. There we go. You may name, I'd say little guy, but he is not small. He is quite large. I feel like I've failed in building out enough lip, because it is supposed to be like bigger on the corners, but no, this is a success, and I should stop being so hard on myself. In terms of the decreases, I could decrease exactly what I increased in the previous rounds. That would work and give him a smooth, pleasing orb type shape. So let's do that. Oh no, that'll just do top. We need to do top and bottom. So that's the top part of it, and then we need to space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 more stitches in the middle of that, leaving us 19 stitches, which is bad. I don't like that. That is bad. And then we need to do the same thing down here. Right. Neat, 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 neat. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And we're currently 44 around. No, I counted wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And we're currently 14 stitches around, so that should be 7, and that should be 7, and this should work out fine. This should be great, even. Should be best thing ever. 3 decrease. 7, and then it should be. It should be 7, and then it should be 2 decrease single. And sometimes just drawing it out can be very helpful. Orb. What are we orbing? Perfect is the enemy of good. It does not mean that you shouldn't aim for perfect. It just means that when you fall short, good is good enough. We are a good enough household. I think I stole that from Jenna Phipps, actually. The notion of good, like, don't get me wrong, we've always been a good enough household, but just the idea of declaring it is a good enough household. That is very, it's a Phippsian. The issue is that instead of every line being iterative with smithing, even slight angles can change the entire outcome. I'm not making tutorials or how-tos though, so I should work. Yeah. So yeah, that's another thing that I try and think about when putting together videos. It's like, okay, cool. This isn't a tutorial. I don't have to show every step. I just need to try and make the shots interesting. Whereas like if it's a tutorial, the shots have to be as boring and communicative as possible. And that's hard for me because I want to change camera angles after the first 30 seconds and it's not an option. So yeah, for non-tutorial based videos, I would recommend trying to work out what feels good to look at. Because for me with crochet, what I really enjoy looking at is like, there's a reason I lay the yarn out on the desk and then like do long hyperlapses of like the yarn being squiggled up, slurped up like a long strand of spaghetti. It's like, because that's pleasing for me to look at. So find the equivalent in blacksmithing. I find that watching like jigsaw puzzle videos is an interesting one, particularly Karen Puzzles. She has this ability, I haven't watched her in a little while, I'll admit, but like back when I was watching her, she had this real ability to like find the interesting moments of what shots should look like, and that was the snapping in of each individual piece. And so like she understood what made this process interesting, and I tried to take that and work out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 what the similar visuals for crochet would be. Oh no, we rotated like a flippin' potato. We can fix it. We can make it better than before. We do have to frog back a little bit though. That's why we stop and we look at things. Okay. More shots with high contrast and sparks flying. Also, like, I don't know, you'd definitely be aware of like Alex Steele type content at this point. He does really good like music montages with the various clips. Things like that, syncing it to certain types of audio, slow-mo of impressive things happening or interesting things happening. I wish I could capture more like slow motion, high definition type stuff, but I am not. I've never been able to work it quite out in terms of working with my workflow, because on top of everything else, I have to keep in mind that my job is to make cool crochet things and tell the story of them as best as I can. Sometimes that doesn't include fancy slow-mo shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Two. 3, 4. There is, I agree, a lot of Pokemon where the normal form is barely different from the shiny form. Slowpoke in particular is quite a famous example in that, like, even when you're shiny hunting for it, you can't tell if you've gotten it or not. Which is just, like, not at all what it should be. Like, Slowpoke is a perfect example of a shiny Pokemon that should have been blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. I'm nailing this. That's the sort of norm. You'd like to do more ASMR. Yeah, exactly. You got to find what, like, you find interesting. Sorry, I did kind of mean that. It's like the slurping spaghetti yarn. I don't watch a lot of crochet content, I'll admit, because the jealous wolf inside me does not allow it. But, like, I like watching the slurping shots, and so I put slurping shots into my videos. So if you like ASMR content, you got to find those ASMR moments. I don't know why I'm talking to you like I'm some sort of authority on this subject. It's just, I don't tend to talk about the production side of things with anyone. I tend to talk a lot about ideas with people, because that I feel is more accessible. But the craft of actually, like, producing as you create is tricky. It's complicated. You'd get it. Shiny Pikachu, you're beloathed. You're just a giant purple fish. That's okay, we still like you though. 8, 9, 10, plus another 10 is 20, plus 14 is 34, which is not my favourite, but it'll do for now. And I think we just kind of do... Oh, do we do that, or do we do what Donny Don't does? I could aggressively close off the top and lead us into a butthole, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe we just do this. Scribbling off to the side, and then I'll be right back with you. So that's another 10 gone, which gets us to 24. 24 is a number I like. 24 has lots of lovely, comfortable factors to work with. 24 will never betray you. 24 is divisible by flipping everything. It's divisible by 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 6 and 8 and 12. And that's so many divisions to pick from. There's probably some I'm missing there too. Didn't even realize you found a shiny Wigglytuff even as you were actively looking at it. See, that's rough. That's not what you want in a shiny. That's how you can tell they've done shinies wrong. Whereas, like, Greninja is really cool because he goes from dark blue with a pink tongue to black with a red tongue, and it's very aesthetic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I also am a fan of shiny Crobat, but every time I go to say what color shiny Crobat is, I get it wrong. Which is weird because, like, I know I have one and I know I love him, but for some reason I can never remember what color he actually is. He just exists in this weird spot in my brain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Batcave. He exists in the Batcave in my brain. Yeah, okay, shiny Galarian Slowpoke gets it. But even then, they could have given him a little pink hat. You only realise because your Pokemon in Scarlet refused to attack it. Yeah, but even that's not... Like, it shouldn't take that. They should put the little audio tone back in. It was more exciting. Poliwag's also very subtle, I agree. Okay. Closing you off into a nice little tablet. Where is the stuffing gone? Oh. Excellent. I'm going to be using some reclaimed stuffing today. Just needs to be a little loosened up. We stuff around the mouth hole, because if it pops out, maybe he's like a frog. He can turn his mouth inside out to clean his stomach. Okay, so here's a question for you guys. if I made one shiny Pokemon, I know I've made 2 shiny Pokemon. I've made Wailord and I've made Poliwrath. But if I did make a shiny Pokemon and you got the choice of only one, which one would you want to see shiny? It can be one we've already made or it can be one we haven't made yet. But I will require an explanation as to why it has to be that one there. You think the shiny Gyarados should evolve from the normal Magikarp and the shiny Magikarp should be a bluish tone? I would have loved a blue Magikarp. Oh my goodness. Blue Magikarp would be wicked. I'm such a Magikarp fan. I'm a little fangirl for that fish. Night Devil in the details. Congrats on getting your essay done. You'd want a shiny Gyarados, but it's just red. I don't know, Gyarados as a shiny is just never as exciting to me as I want it to be. I think it's because it became a guaranteed shiny. So, like, you don't have the same joy of hunting it. But yeah, more Pokemon whose shinies had actually been thought out properly would have been great. Like, a blue Magikarp is one I've never even thought about, but would be wicked. That'd be so good. Okay, and now we take some of these and we go chomp. Oh, that's just making you dangerous. Let's not do that. Alright, and we have 6. Or Rayquaza. But, oh, is Shiny Rayquaza black or is that Mega Rayquaza? What color is Shiny Charizard? Y'all, I need more information to make my decision properly. Not that I'm making a decision, but just like to judge your recommendations. Green Sky Snake. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like that might be... I think I've done that as well during a video, just being like, what is the green snaky one? Shiny Rayquaza is black. Yeah, that's what I thought. Shiny Celebi is the mythical and the gen that introduced shinies. Okay, cool. Because, like, yeah, we've only recently made Celebi. And honestly, the shiny colors would have been way easier to match. Because it's pink. We actually have access to a decent assortment of pinks. Whereas greens just let us down every time. CK website and your Discord. Y'all, I'm already driving 2 cars on this stream. Looking stuff up on a website is pushing my ability to focus a little too far. Shiny Charizard is black with red wings. That's cool. Okay, cool. I have the link open now. You know who I like? Shiny Venomoth. He's cool. Oh, Shiny Psyduck is green, is blue too. I like Shiny Psyduck. I do think that... What's up, honey? I think that shiny Growlithe, that line got a little ripped off, honestly. They could have made them like... I know that it's a bit of a cop-out to be like, they should be black too, or like blue for blue flames. But to just go from like orangey to yellowy, that's kind of... I think the ones that I have a problem with is if I would have to use the same yarn for the shiny version as well. I feel like I've been ripped off. Because like that just means that they're too close in colour. Shiny Psyduck is a little buddy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I've lost count a couple of times there, but it's fine. It will not punish us in the long run. Shiny Lechonk. Just looks like it's wearing a little pink onesie. Yeah. At some point we need to make Lechonk a buddy. He's happy. He's bringing up the back of the parade as he has for many years now. He's a good little fellow. He spends many happy hours in... He visits all the other gens in their storage containers. He's not all by himself. But... honestly, Gen 9 feels really far away. That said, like, 1 and 2 being completely finished with the exception of the Peace Pigeon and Kilava. Like, we're actively working on Gen 3 at the moment. We only have 99 to go. Did I update the count on the screen? I did. Good, go me. And working on Gen 5, honestly, the Pokemon Black only focusing on one gen, you feel like you take a good chunk out of the gen every time I work on it. Because, like, it's 6 Pokemon from the same gen every time. Whereas, like, when I was doing the Soul Silver run and it was spread across gens 1, 2, 3, and 4, it was like one Pokemon here or there and it felt like none of the numbers ever moved. Whereas, like, this is different. This is like big old mouthfuls of the generation. Big sucker for a shiny Umbreon. Honestly, though, the evolutions are kind of, again, on my list of, like, maybe someday we go back and we remake those because I'm not super excited about how... Particularly Eevee, I feel like I did Eevee kind of dirty. Whereas, like, seeing my Zoroark, I'm like, okay, cool, so I should have done Eevee this way, but I didn't know that back then because we're all on learning journeys. Shiny Kabuto, the little pink rock. Not pink, green. Meant green. Thought green, said pink. Let's close this name vote off because I think you guys might have made your decision. You have officially named our Loudred today Cacophony with 40% of the vote. Then came Radiohead at 28%, so Narg at 18% and Yap Trap at 14%. Thank you to everybody who voted. Okay, gonna finish closing off the back of this guy. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I didn't work the last decrease. There we go. And now we just decrease around. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and... So yeah, my priority for the week coming is going to just be editing. I'm not going to be looking at these guys again until that editing is done. So, and I'm going to finish Gen 2 before I finish off these guys. There is an order to these things. So, there were scissors in your hand 5 seconds ago. Where did you put them? You must be careful with the blades. The hook squeaks itch your brain in a good way? Hopefully it's a good way. If it's a bad way, I'm sorry, but they're kind of a permanent fixture. I'm not doing them on purpose. And I get a little self-conscious about them, honestly. But it's just plastic yarn plus metal hook with coating slowly worn off because the whole hook used to be this colour blue and now it's not. It is just the nature of the weapon, I'm afraid. Shiny Gigalith. The red stones turn blue. Yeah, oh, what's the name of the little Gigalith one that's like this? I shiny hunted for him. I can't remember his name. Is it Boldor? Yeah, I shiny hunted him. He's a cute little guy. I never found him, but I was hunting him for a while. Because back before it was a thing on YouTube, it used to just be a thing you would do for hours and hours and hours in the evening. And, yeah. You weren't expected to do it on an escalated time frame. It took, like, hunts took months. Rog and Roller, that's who I'm thinking of. Thank you. Okay. I can make one more piece, I think. Oh, no, we've already crossed the 4-hour mark. I'm going to make a quick little tongue. And then we're calling it for today, and I'll do the reveals. So this will just be a little tiny pink flipper to go in that mouth. 3, 4, 5, and 6. What's going to be really funny is that you guys, the eagle-eyed among you, will be able to tell that I filmed the gameplay for episode 4 and episode 5 of Pokemon Black in advance, because the room has clearly moved around, and when Pokemon episode 5 comes out next month, probably near the end of the month, it's going to be back to the original room setup. Sometimes you're just feeling it. Sometimes I'm just having a good time and I want to finish playing the game I'm playing. That's what happened last time I was filming. She's okay? Her hand just hurts? Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that she's okay. Blades really are the enemy. We are fragile flesh beasts. So it's really important that the dogs don't find out that we're made of bones. It's really important. I think the cats already know. I think the cats are ready to dob on us on any second, but the dogs don't know yet.
Agree.
Illumise turns gold instead of purple. Okay. Yeah, see, like with ones like that, I kind of want them to swap colours with their ostensible pairing. But Volbeat and Illumise should have been just like boy-girl. And Minun and Plusle should have just been gender differences as well. Hey, what are we doing here? I am so tangled right now. You see this? What am I doing? This is a professional crocheter at work. Just give me back my yarn. She's still crocheting around the bandage though. Good. As long as she's taking it easy, because stitches are not to be messed with, and if you don't want like scar tissue to heal funny, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with it. Loudred looks like it's a very cold morning. Mr. Bones! What? Where did that even come from? That's how you can tell it's we're approaching the end of stream, because Mr. Bones starts being lewd. It's a lewd skeleton. If they debuted in Gen 4, they would have been gender differences. Instead, they debut a generation early. Yeah. I'm just glad they never got a Babymon version. We didn't need one. People already aren't super fond of those particular bugs, I don't think. Shiny Noivern goes black with purple accent to lightish green with pink accents. That's pretty. I like that a lot. Also, Noibat is just a little buddy.
The stuffing looked like fog.
Oh! That's not at all what I saw.
What did you see?
Okay, maybe it's time for me to end stream. At least you know I'm not faking it. I definitely saw something.
Yeah. I have to take the stream back.
Okay, that's enough. 2. And we trim that off 2. And then this is going to go in here. Bleh. And I'll probably sew the back of that shut, but I don't want to commit to one specific tongue pose at this point in time. So I'll leave it like that for now. I'm quite pleased, honestly, with how that mouth turned out. It's very like, wah, but you know, it's getting the job done. And then the little teeth will go like here. And here. And here. And no. We have to go over there. No, we have to say no. Alright. Nom 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 nom. Oh wow. That's some high definition inside the mouth type stuff. I don't even know how that was lit well enough for you to see. Okay. That's where we're going to call it today before we get too much further off the rails. Thank you to everybody who came and hung out. I know that we were away for a couple of weeks, but we should be like back into it properly now. And we'll just keep chipping away on Gen 3. We have 99 Pokemon to go. It was a trip to go through this document earlier because like it's got a little list on the side of like where I have all of like the Pokemon sprites in there, and then once we've made them, I remove them from that list. And so obviously as we get closer to the end of a gen, we end up with like 6, 3, 2, like tiny little lists. And now we're back up to 100, and it takes a long time to find the Pokemon I'm looking for in that list. But let us reveal who else came along to cheer us on for today's stream. We don't need to rabble-rouse up there. Okay, cool. So number 1 was Vibrava. As in, like, Vibrava. It was cheering us on. Vibrava. So, yeah, I was pretty pleased with that one there. And we had number 4 here, who was saying, win, Gull. Win! I worked pretty hard for those jokes today. I'm going to find some easier ones next week. So, they were the 4 options for today. We, of course, made Roselia and we made Loudred. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I will find the end screen any second now. Have a good week, everybody. Do that. And then we hit a bunch of other buttons that are here somewhere. I know they're here somewhere. Let's just go to that one. Okay. All right. I'm off now.